What's the remedy? Is there a counter campaign, penalties, prosecution?
Fox's William Lajeunesse. Another issue is that the perspective on information can change.
Let's take COVID, its origin, treatments, vaccine and mask mandates, efficacy, when we were told that it didn't work and then we were told that they did. Or dismissing the Hunter Biden laptop story only to learn it's true. Or the Steele dossier, which media reported as one thing until prosecutors proved it otherwise.
White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki saying today the board is something that started during the Trump administration, also emphasizing efforts to flag misinformation used by smugglers against migrants. The White House says President Biden would love to visit Ukraine, but there are no current plans to do so. This after a surprise weekend visit to Kyiv by House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, the highest-ranking U.S. official so far. First Lady Jill Biden will travel to Eastern Europe later this week, visiting two of Ukraine's neighbors, Romania and Slovakia, and spending Mother's Day with Ukrainian refugees. The union vote at a second Amazon warehouse in New York City apparently comes up short.
As votes were still being counted, the numbers at a facility on Staten Island show that it will likely not become the second New York Amazon facility to unionize. The Amazon Labor Union, a group that led and succeeded in the first effort at another Amazon warehouse, has challenged a number of ballots, but those will likely not be enough to swing the result.
Fox's Gernal Scott. Amazon has strongly opposed efforts to unionize at several facilities. A late rally on Wall Street, the Dow finishing up 86 points, the NASDAQ more than 200. America is listening to Fox News.
Technology is the great connector. It puts songs in your pocket, connects long-lost friends, and has made the world easier, faster, and smarter. And now, First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app can help you do the same with your money. Whether you want real-time financial tracking with MoneyMap or tailored advice on your personal finances with daily insights, we're giving you the power to connect to your finances from anywhere, like never before. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
What's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
The manhunt continues for an Alabama inmate and the corrections official accused of helping him to escape on Friday. Today, a warrant was issued for her. The inmate, Casey White, was awaiting trial on a murder charge and already serving time for other crimes.
Casey White, as you've heard me say over and over, is an extremely dangerous person. And we need to get him located and get him off the street.
Lauderdale County Sheriff Rick Singleton says the Assistant Director of Corrections, who had recently submitted retirement paperwork, told coworkers she was taking White to a mental health evaluation, but her patrol car was later found in a shopping center, not at the courthouse. An explosion of carjackings in the nation's third largest city, and more than half of the suspects are underage.
Chicago police report almost 560 carjackings throughout the city so far this year, with 56% of suspects juveniles. And the problem is not just isolated to Chicago.
I fear that we will be here in this horrible place again.
New Orleans prosecutor Jason Williams recently charging a 17-year-old boy, a 16-year-old girl, and two 15-year-old girls in the carjacking death of a 73-year-old woman. In the city of Minneapolis, seeing triple the number of carjackings, and suspects arrested are often between the ages of 11 and 17.
Fox's Jeff Manasseh. Freebies and discounts for educators as some companies mark Teacher Appreciation Week.
Dollar General, Office Max, Office Depot, Samsung, Crocs, Levi's, and more. They can get free teacher gift boxes from Laffy Taffy and Staples, which is also offering a percentage back in classroom and personal rewards. There's also hot or iced tea or coffee at Barnes & Noble cafes, and the entire school staff can enjoy the discount at Buffalo Wild Wings, and Sonic Drive-In is offering a free cheeseburger with purchase for all members of their teacher circle.
Fox's Lillian Wu. I'm Lisa Brady. This is Fox News.
Day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many, many jobs. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds. It kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Go green, go hybrid, go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
Off a day at 6:06, I'm Mana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. Well, it's been a long time coming, but as of midnight this morning, the governor's mask mandate has been rescinded. The mandate lifted after the island was able to maintain the low-risk status with the CDC for the last month. The governor stating in an executive order signed yesterday that through the hard work of our frontliners and essential workers and the patience and diligence of our community, we have reached our goal. The governor saying wearing masks in public settings shall be optional, but certain businesses will still be allowed to require masks if they choose so. The Department of Education, meanwhile, says that face masks will now be optional at the schools for indoors and outdoors. GRMC has also announced that it would maintain its mask requirement for patients, staff, and visitors. But while the COVID restriction was lifted, the governor has extended the public health emergency, saying that the island needs to ensure the continuity of operations and services the community has come to rely on. The administration stating that the island will move to COVID recovery mode as opposed to the COVID response mode that we've been in. Meanwhile, a slew of commercials have been making their debut on local networks, with members of the community thanking the governor for a program in Salapi. The program, initiated to give qualifying low-income families up to $300 to help cover expenses, in particular gas, which has been on the rise. The Department of Administration has the applications available still online, and it will be available through May 22nd. Now, similar ads being run on local networks have Congressman Mike San Nicolas being thanked for assisting in obtaining federal dollars to help local businesses stay afloat and to help sustain payroll for businesses. Well, more news right after this.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Well, Senator Clint Rogel, after serving a couple of terms at the Guam legislature, says he will not be seeking re-election. Rogel, who championed the marijuana legislation which legalized recreational marijuana on Guam, confirmed for the Guam Daily Post that it's time for him to start focusing on his family. Rogel says it's been an absolute honor and privilege to serve the people of Guam and feels he has accomplished a lot in a short amount of time. Now, two other Democrats, Speaker Therese Terlai and Senator Amanda Shelter, remain mum on their re-election plans, but there are several others who have decided that they will not be running for re-election. Meanwhile, a couple of other new faces that will be picking up packets or have picked up packets with the Guam Election Commission include businessman John Ananich and Lacia Casil, who's the executive director of the Higutnya Restoration. Elsewhere in the news, the new plea deal has been offered a 20-year-old man charged in the death of an elderly woman back in 2020. Jeremy Janelle Alvarez faces charges of murder as a first-degree felony, aggravated murder as a first-degree felony, and aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. Each charge includes a special allegation of possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. The parties are also awaiting the results of the DNA test that was conducted by the FBI. Alvarez is scheduled to be back in court on June 23rd. Also from the Guam Daily Post, the former Department of Corrections Deputy Director and former Marshal Joey Terlahi has pleaded not guilty to charges handed down against him in a superseding indictment. Terlahi, through his defense attorney Jay Arreola, pleaded not guilty to felonious restraint as a third-degree felony and 2 counts of official misconduct as a misdemeanor. Terlahi is set to go to trial at the end of the month, but the court heard arguments on his pending motion to dismiss the case. The defense argued that the time to pursue the felony charge expired in 2000 and in 2018 for the misdemeanors. The prosecution did not file a response to the motion. Attorney Arreola said he'll file a second motion to dismiss the superseding indictment. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Eventually I'll get around to doing it. What's the longest airplane ride you've ever been on?
12 hours.
12 hours.
Yeah.
Joe, longest airplane ride. Here to decide that?
14.
14 hours.
Yeah.
The guys over at Qantas are getting ready to. It's a thing called Project Sunrise. Are you ready for this?
Qantas.
It's a 20-hour ride.
Oh, yuck.
A 20-hour ride
Sign
from point
Sign
A
me
to
up, Ray.
point B. 20
They better
hours.
have like lay flat seats.
Okay, so
and
here's
good
And then
movies
honey
on.
roasted peanuts on that flight, man.
I have art. Here it comes.
massages.
This is what I'm assuming that this is first class. I'm assuming this is what the first class cabin looks like. And so it's got the chair, a little bit of a door here. You got a lay flat bed, got a big screen TV or something like that. Because in 20 hours, you're going to want it to feel like your living room. You know what I
I'll
mean?
never see stuff like that in my lifetime, Ray.
And
Do you have your own personal bathroom, or
You're right.
you have to share?
We'd have to know somebody. I mean, big shot in the airline industry, million-mile club member or something like that, before you and I ever step on the airplane and make that left-hand turn towards the pointy first class.
I love how they close the curtain when you try to pee. They're like, sir, you can't look there.
No, get out of here. Your eyes are not worthy for
You're not supposed to pee in there anyway.
level of class and luxury here in this part of the aircraft. Get back there to the Section 8 area. It's 6:12 in the morning. All right, here it comes the weather. Mostly sunny again today. Highs near 87 degrees. Easterly winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Do I have the artwork from... No, wait, not that one. This one. That one. There it is. All right, there's an idea of what things are looking like in the hood. Mostly sunny. Highs near 87. East winds up to about 15 miles an hour. Gusting as high as 18. Now, it doesn't mean it's not going to rain. In fact, it did rain a little bit earlier this morning. Expect some scattered showers in tonight's forecast as well after midnight. Mostly cloudy with lows around 78 degrees. Easterly winds up to 14 miles an hour. Tomorrow, it's going to be scattered showers with partly sunny skies, partly cloudy later in the day. Heat index today is going to make everything feel like 92 degrees. Sunrise this morning a long time ago. It was like 5:59. 5:59. That's what that's the new standard. You got to get up a whole lot earlier these days if you want to catch it. I think Pirates Cove has got some pictures. I'll check in a second. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:37. Nice one last night. Some groovy people hanging around over at where was I? We were hanging out at Bolt Basing.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I saw the jetty in your photo.
Yeah, no, where was I? Up towards the statue. Do you know there's a statue
of
up
Liberty.
there? Statue of Liberty.
Yes.
And a lot of people go, that's an interesting copy. And I'm like, no, that's the original. The one in New York is a copy.
Did you climb up to the top? Right?
Just FYI. Yeah, and I
torch.
I swing.
You should not go there, Joe. You might get jumped.
Yeah. Remarkably though, while I'm thinking about it, A, the place looked clean, and B, I did not see as many homeless as I thought I was going to see there yesterday.
Lots of rats there, though.
Because and something I've got a buddy that was pointing something out. Says you got to be careful. So it's reclaimed land. It's after the war. They bulldozed everything. The Paseo area wasn't as big as it is now. As big as it was back then. How am I trying to say this? It was smaller then, and then they bulldozed all of Agana into it. And there have been some archaeological studies, to see exactly what it was. Some of the things though underneath, under the ground, have begun to deteriorate significantly. And that's why, in many places, that's why there's little holes in the ground, because whatever was under there had rusted through or something like that. It's an interesting deal. 6:14 in the morning. That's news and weather together, brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for, let's say, 67 and a half years.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Wait. Got it. I just got to reach down and grab a napkin, but...
Pugwa. Your Pugwa dropped, Ray.
No, it's okay. No, I feel like it's almost like my whoopee now. I can't do. I used to be able to get in the radio and do 4 hours, with nothing to back me up except like coffee. But lately, I've noticed that I have to have like a whoopee here in the studio because I often find myself, and I don't want to be that guy, right? You ever talk to people and there's like this little thing spit right there that just kind of grows and grows and grows.
Yeah,
you just kind of wipe it off. But anyway, so I worry that I'm getting to be that guy. So I like to have something to dab with. Anyway, portions of the program brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also brought to you by the folks over at Cold Stone Creamery, and they're all excited because Mother's Day. Mother's Day is. Did you know what? I read an interesting statistic. Did you know that crime on Mother's Day is the lowest anywhere? I mean, all of the rest of the calendar, you look at the crime rate, and it's up pretty high. But all of a sudden, it gets to be Mother's Day, and it plummets. I didn't realize that so many mothers were involved in crime. Think about it. No, you really got to think about that. Anyway, remind your mom that she's special by giving her a Cold Stone treat for Mother's Day. And try their Strawberry Passion layers of moist red velvet cake and strawberry icy cream with graham cracker pie crusts wrapped in a fluffy strawberry frosting. Call in, visit, or order online at coldstonecreamery.com.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Looking at just now getting a chance to read the executive order here, and I wanted to see just how much gaslighting is in there. I'm looking to see if anywhere in there's whereas. Did you get your programming, Salapi? Whereas.
I didn't.
We got the hat, Ray.
But we got hats.
Yeah, I got the hat for that.
And hey, Melissa's getting a gym. Extension of the public health. This I don't want. I don't want to be that guy, but I'm going to be that guy, right? It's like, yay, no mask inside or outside. Yay, blah, 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 blah. But the public health emergency has not gone away. That's the thing. The first thing. Now, therefore, I, me, my. That's what executive orders are all about. I, me, my. Extension of public health emergency has been extended for an additional 30-day period. The public health emergency is now scheduled to expire on June the 3rd, unless, of course, the governor decides through another executive order to extend that for why. There's an interesting conversation that Marvick is having in her Island Times magazine about why the public health emergency just continues to get extended and extended. Does it have anything to do with people getting sick or stuck in a hospital or quarantining or anything? Hell no. That's everything to do with us being able to spend more federal dollars, milking it, as it were. If you haven't read it, go find it. I believe it's online. But this is the key part for a lot of people who couldn't care less about the public health emergency and what it actually means. The rescission of the mask mandate effective at midnight 01, May 3. This has now passed. The mask mandate first imposed in Executive Order 2020-44 and most recently amended in 2022-09 is hereby rescinded. Wearing masks in public settings shall be optional. This section is subject to applicable DPHSS guidance, whatever that means. Businesses, however, may impose stricter restrictions, including requiring mask wearing and social distancing in their establishments, subject to local and federal law. And this boy, you gotta underscore this. We're not done being nannies yet. Individuals are encouraged to continue to wear masks if they're immunocompromised, at high risk for severe illness, or if they prefer to do so, Karen. Individuals, you know what I found out? Another thing, another little factoid. There are Karens in the Philippines, but they don't call them Karens.
No, what do they call them?
Marites. I'm serious. I got Rudy Magallanes told me that. And if Rudy says it, then that must be true. But the thing is, but I realize I'm thinking about this out loud now, going, dude, I know a couple of Marites, and kind of, sort of, yeah, they've got some of those Karen-y genes in them. I'm sorry, I digress. Let me get back to what I was reading here. Individuals who are not vaccinated or boosted are at an increased risk of infection, hospitalization, and death as a result of COVID-19. Such individuals are encouraged to get vaccinated immediately prior to engaging in activities in congregate settings in which mask use is compromised. And there it is. There's the working language of the public health emergency. It does not say in there that if you're not good, or if the numbers surge or spike again, that we might put the mask mandate back into place. But you just know it's there. It's in the. You can't hear it. You know, it's like static just under the regular signal. But you know it's there. I was waiting for it to happen. All right, and that's why I want the public health emergency to go away as well. I don't want to have to worry about it. We need to, as quickly as possible, get away from the national and local nightmare that the last 2 years have been. This deal here also extends to schools, teachers, parents, students. Listen carefully. In the Department of Education, they have announced, I got this from Shelley Franquez just before the start of the show, Guam Department of Education is announcing updates to safety measures and protocols. They would like to inform the public that it has updated it, effective immediately. GDOE, while encouraging the use of face masks, no longer mandates their use. Don't make that noise. You're going to make that noise. You're going to make that noise like in that Baldiga commercial. I swear I'm going to record that. That's going to be my new ringtone. That's the War Department ringtone, right? In accordance with Governor Lou Leon-Guerrero's executive order and Department of Public Health and Social Services memorandum, blah, 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 the use of face masks for school-related indoor and outdoor activity to include ISA activities is no longer required. Use of face masks will be optional and, of course, will be encouraged because out of an abundance of caution in these unprecedented times. GDOE will continue to implement safety measures, including disinfections of rooms and surfaces and providing hand sanitizers, frequent hand washing. Teacher, wash my hands. And other measures outlined by the CDC, although no longer mandated, physical distancing is encouraged for the safety of our students, employees, and our community. And there's a little bit more if you want information, how to get a hold of Shelley and all that stuff. But that's the way.
Oh, yeah, French kissing allowed now.
Oh, yeah, we're back to that.
Right?
Back to that. Yep.
I'm going to still give dirty looks when people sneeze, though.
COVID! COVID, you
murderer,
savage! What's the matter with you? So we've apparently turned a little bit of a corner here, and you will have that feeling of normalcy. But like I said, while the public health emergency, while it yet lives,
I really think it's normality, Ray.
Normality.
Okay.
That's just me trying to make everybody happy. You got the normality people, and then you've got the normalcy camp. And I just want everybody to be happy. I want Adele to be happy. Can we make? I want everybody to be as happy as the people are in the cell phone commercials. There's just a high level of moments of bliss in their lives. Anyway, 6:24 in the morning. Lots and lots to get to on the table of contents. Following up on some of yesterday's big stories, but we've got to talk to these big headline makers here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where Everybody knows your name.
Okay, if I see it, if I give any name besides Rico Blancaflor, will everybody's heads explode today? Okay, it's first guy up on the list here, as usual, is Rico Blancaflor. Online,
Happy birthday, big man.
Happy. Every day is Rico's birthday. We've got, when you've got a beautiful family like his, every day is a birthday. We got the hot sister of the program, Pam Duvall, online here this morning. I see Matt Galendez and Marla Carbolido, Hafalani Salas saying good morning to everybody. Jerome McDonald, James Howard on this side.
Oh, Biba.
He's spreading stories about you. He says, he says, Joe Cruz is gay.
I am.
Multiple Y's at the end of that. And they threw the rainbow on just for, for continued emphasis. Rainbow. It's okay. Check out the YouTube side. They're on this morning as well. Dave Lassard hanging out. So is Margaret Estacchio. There's pretty Sarita Garin saying almost Cinco de Mayo. And the Cinco de Mayo celebrations are beginning to add up. See, this is what's going to happen. We're all going to take our mask off.
It's so crazy, man.
Nobody's coming to work on Friday, and they're going to blame it on COVID. They're going to say, I took my mask off and I partied with Sarita, and now I got COVID. I can't. That's the surge. The Cinco de Mayo surge is going to be coming up. I got Dean Bates watching on the program here. I say Lena McDaniel and Dennis Benzer saying good morning, Pam. Dennis on a separate chat was talking about the incredible amount of sleep that he got.
None?
He said
he got some.
He got like a lot of sleep.
Because I know he's been having.
He said, but he was upset because he didn't get REM. There was no REM sleep in the process. Well, I mean, he got REM, but what he wanted to do was lucid dreaming. Are you lucid? Are you familiar with the concept?
Yes.
Okay, so the trick behind lucid dreaming is while you're asleep, you go, hey, I'm asleep. I'm going to go ahead and have that dream where I'm and Beyonce, where Beyonce leans in and says,
yeah,
the dream. All guys have this dream. Well, that same dream where Beyonce reaches in and just goes, your wife said it was okay. That one.
Yeah.
That one. So maybe tomorrow night. Maybe tomorrow night, Dennis. Brad Wood having the mask mandate dropped is as anticlimactic. We should not be celebrating or giving any credence to the Red Queen's whims. Don't disagree there, buddy. And like I said, as long as the public health emergency is still with us, we'll always have reason to be apprehensive and uncertain. Ray McGravy is online watching from Mandan, North Dakota. According to the Ministry of Information, North Dakota doesn't really exist. Yeah, they said it's not real.
Yeah.
And birds are actually tiny little robots. Believe it. It's there. Senator Jesse Lohan online here this morning.
Biba the body.
James Howard says, I'm going to wear my mask just to be different. Banidosu Tautau is there. Greg Karabrock online as well. Our favorite jarhead in Jigo. I don't think we can say that. Because Klitsky's in Jigo.
Oh, man.
But among our favorite jarheads in Jigo, we got Brennan Fausto. I see the emergency continues. Valerie S.A. Untalan. Yay, no mask. Sandra De Leon Guerrero. Joe Cruz is over there. Sarah Lake says, come to rely on sounds quite socialist. It kind of does, doesn't it? Dale Audette is there. Jose Tetpahagu online. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Oh, just bring it back. He's bringing
tourism,
back.
Right?
Yeah, it's a tourism.
We're ready to rock and roll.
He almost got me. You know what? He invited me to a thing. And I'm like, I'm going to come by. And then I read the invitation more. It's like an all-in thing. Like, dude.
Oh yeah.
I don't feel welcome at those. But even though it's in one of my favorite front yards, I just don't know. I'll take some more of those pictures. Let me see. Eunice Mendiola, Kanata is online, and Harvey Egna, soon to be Senator Harvey Egna.
Oh, Biba.
He's picked up his bag. He's going to take the seat now vacated by Senator Clint Rijel.
Oh.
And
that's a big seat
I'm talking
to fill, man.
I got Clint Rijel on the radio with me for like 14 minutes yesterday. Didn't occur to me to say, hey, are you running? Apparently he's not. He is apparently not running. He says, and he borrowed a line from Bob Klitsky, this isn't a career, this is just, it's public service. I'm going to go do something else. I don't know, return to the private sector. Let me see who else is playing around. Sherry Iriarte is there, Andrew Camacho, Jennifer Poe-Schnitger, Kishan Marie. Good morning to Kathy Pinala Rios. Some people might be wondering, what happens to Simon Sanchez? Does he only listen on certain days of the week? No, he listens every day, but there are days where he cannot listen on the Facebook Live. because he's like working out. He's at the gym.
Yeah, he's
throwing weights.
man, and
He wants to be the next Brogan Walker. She's coming in later on, by the way.
She's showing up.
The Brogy is the Brogy Bear. Is that what James Howard called her yesterday? Brogy Bear will be in the studio about 8:30 after the 8:30 news here this morning. Cheryl Ochai, good morning to you. I got let me see. Ismael Velez, Qantas is all right. Longest commercial flight, Guam to Orlando, Florida. Longest military flight, Guam to Kuwait. Yuck! I would much rather be on the commercial flight. I've seen the way they transport human beings in the military, and I don't want any part of that. Leslie St. Nicholas is online. What's that? Jose Martinez says Pacific Island Times has exposed Governor Leon Guerrero for milking money from the U.S. by extending her health emergencies.
No way.
I'm telling you, Marvick, really, really interesting article that she wrote. I'll read some of the salient parts to you a little bit later on. Joy Unpinko, I see Alfred Mendoza on the list here. Recanata. Always right-click when I say Recanata. I always want to right-click on that one. Tina Garcia's, good morning. My favorite fellow radioticians. Good enough. I like that word. That's like the kleptocracy. Tammy Bumba is online. Stephen Applegate just woke up my son and told him he didn't have to wear a mask in school anymore, and he got really excited and asked, but is Lulian Guerrero still governor? I love this kid. You know what I found out about little Stephen's boy was and this will happen. You don't realize where we've been. Like for the last 2 years. And for grown-ups, you go, wow, just 2 years. But think about, the experience. A 7-year-old kid was like 5 years old when this nonsense started. And there are little kids that might not have clear memories of like the last birthday party they went to.
Yeah,
because
true.
Maybe have not been going to a whole lot of birthday parties. A lot of these milestones for little kids. Well, Stephen's kid, and I think it was for real, just experienced brunch for the first time.
Wow!
Can you imagine that? The eyes of wonder.
Yeah.
When you see that fountain with chocolate. Daddy, I want to live here. Let's never ever leave.
Yes.
This is absolutely beautiful. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Let me see who else is playing around. I got I think did I pass through a whole bunch of names here? Keenan McCausland, Joy and Pico. All right. Recanata again. Okay. Matt Galendez. Ruben Mortera is playing around with us. Obtaining increased SNAP funding for Guam is a reflection of governor's campaign promise to raise the quality of life. Poor reflection, if you will. Let me see here. Carlene Harker saying half a day to everybody around here. Living in the Pacific is online with us this morning. That's nice. Pat Saho, Perlita Delamar Garcia. I got Gerald Young, Mark and Francis Ishmael, Anita Scott. I'm not going to say right click. Click right. Luke S.N. Angel is there. James Howard. Do I want to read this on the air? When I lucid dream, they call me Ron Jeremy. Okay, I'm going to stop right there. Kenny Williams online.
Impressive.
Joe and Go. Good morning. Hey, Tattoo Sean is online. No masks. I can see my... I'm going to assume that you wrote customers after that. And Samuel Tarag saying, good morning, Ray and the crew. Huge list there again this morning. Cody James checking in, our favorite air traffic controller. You're going to get busier. Cody James, in the air business, in the aviation industry, I got to ask you, Cody, what is the longest airplane ride like you've been on? Do you guys you're there in the tower? Do you get special privileges like from the airlines? They let you fly free or low charge, or they automatic upgrade when you fly. And what is the longest that you've ever done? Let me see here. Gemma Bustamante is online. Cody says 14 hours. I think that might be about right. Yeah. I think that might be about right for me as well. Maybe somewhere like Minneapolis, all the way across the continental United States, and then the Pacific Ocean, ended up in Korea.
Oh,
and they said, okay, we're gonna get you off the plane. I said, oh, thank God. and there's this thought in your head. I mean, you're in Korea and you're thinking, I'm that much closer to home, but really, you're still kind of a long ride away. It's like a 4-hour flight from the airport there to the airport.
Did you get up during that flight and walk around a little bit, move your legs, smoke cigarettes?
I didn't realize. Oh yeah, well, I was a smoker at the time. I was a smoker at the
you
time.
didn't rip out the cushion from the chair with your finger?
No, but you know what I do know how to do? I do know how to disable the smoke alarm in the lavatories. I know it's a big federal crime, and they lecture you about it before, but it really isn't all that hard to do. So if you want, I'll give you the instructions on the program a little bit later on, but not right now. Not right now because we're busy here. We got a lot of stuff to get to. The table of contents. I'm not going to say it's overflowing, but there's junk in there to talk about. No more masks. And all right. But. So I tested it this morning. I tested out the thing. Because I went to the Shell station, and I purposely left the mask in the car. That's right. Walking down the road. And I did not put the mask on, and the ladies behind the plexiglass, they have this. Obviously, the signs are still up. So for me, it was one of those. She might still be able to tell me to put my mask on. But I went in and walked over to the chiller to get my Mountain Dew, and then I got my newspaper, and I said, "Okay, I'm ready to pay." And she didn't even look up at me. I mean, we do this transaction all the time. She knows where everything goes. I mean, the hand, it's muscle memory. She knows where everything goes, and didn't have to worry about it. Never looked up at me to let me know that I probably should, or it's okay whether I've got my mask on. So I want to go places without a mask and see if any of the Karens, if any of the Maritesses notice and actually say something. But what I did notice, in just a short amount of time that it has been today, I did notice that the guys from GSWA are still wearing their masks. They're wearing it in the truck. They were wearing it when they were walking around in the gas station. So either they just like to wear it. I don't know. Maybe it just covers it up. Because sometimes there's some stinking involved in GSWA trucks. But maybe. So we'll see. I don't know. I want to kind of take this thing out for a drive. Now I know I can go to Home Depot and not have to worry about anybody, getting in my grill about wearing a mask or not. But I'm told that there are a couple of, fairly large companies on Guam, retail establishments that have said, we don't care about any executive orders and rescission of the mask mandate. We'd still like our customers, for our safety and theirs, to wear their mask when they come in. And I'd kind of like to get a list going of those establishments. I'd like to get a list going of those establishments so I know where not to spend my money anymore. I'm gonna say it like that. I'm gonna be proud about that. I don't want to go to your place if I have to put the diaper thing back on my face. We've been railing against this for the last 2 years. We know it doesn't do anything.
What if they just hand you a breath mint?
Well, if it has to do with mutung breath, then okay, I will understand completely. And there needs to be a sign at the front.
No bad breath.
Please check your breath before you come into our store. And if it smells like the boat basin at low tide, please put your mask back on or see an attendant. We'll be happy to give you some sugar-free gum or something like that to kill the
I wonder if they're going to
stench.
still be doing the tempemperature checks.
Get rid of all of that crap. Get rid of that.
No, I like my hand being squirted. Ray.
Here's the
because I see them. You walk into Costulas. Payless still had it up until I haven't been there for 2 days. But do they get rid of them? They made the investment into it. I mean, would they keep it or?
You know what? I think what we ought to do is get a couple of big dump trucks, and we'll start down in Irahan, and we'll pass by every home and business, and everybody just throw your COVID crap in the back of the dump truck, and we'll get all the way up to Jigo, and then work our way back down to selling dump down in Irahan. Where's the dump at?
Le Texan. Is that what it's called?
No, that's not what it's called. No.
Sagan Basina.
I don't.
It's something,
Sagan
man.
Basula.
Yeah, somewhere.
Sagan
I've never been there, man.
I think it's in Malolo.
I've never been there. That place. Tammy Bomba says, make that list. Okay, we'll start. I was going to say, just start throwing them in now. Eric Day says, flew from Tokyo to Cincinnati. Oh, What the hell was in Cincinnati? What were you in such a hurry for? I've got to catch the next flight. It's a long one. It's 13 hours. I've got to get to Cincinnati now. All I can think of, bro, is Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. 20 away from the top of the hour. Lots to get to. I might have forgotten some of the important things, and that's why we sprinkle news and headlines around the program, kind of to remind me of what I'm supposed to talk about. Now, with that first glimpse at it, are you ready, or are you Amazon?
No.
Ready for news with Mana Silva Tyron. Mana, what happened?
Well, the public health emergency has been extended until June, but the mask mandate has been lifted for indoors and outdoors. The governor signed an executive order rescinding her mandate. Wearing masks in public settings, she says, will now be optional, but certain businesses will have the option to require masks if they choose so. The Department of Education, meanwhile, put out a notice this morning that mask wearing is optional for schools for indoor and outdoor activities at DOE. Meanwhile, GRMC also announced that it would maintain its mask requirement for patients, staff, and visitors. A number of incumbent senators will not be seeking another run for the legislature, and according to the Guam Daily Post this morning, Senator Clint Rogel has also confirmed that he, too, will not be seeking a third term. Rogel, who championed the legalization of recreational marijuana in Guam, says that he'll be focusing on his family. Now, who picked up packets from the Guam Election Commission? Our pal John Ananich, running for Democrat Senator, and HRA Executive Director Lacia Casil. Meanwhile, the Guam Election Commission says it intends to award an office space lease contract to the Westin Resort in Tumon as a site for early voting in this year's primary and general elections. The GEC needs the space from July 1st through November 30th. July 28th happens to be the first day of early voting for the upcoming primary election. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
Okay, I'm trying to sort it out. Somebody do the work for me. I'm lazy. How many people from the 36th Guam legislature are not going to be graduating into the 37th Guam legislature?
Okay.
So Clint.
There's Clint.
Jimmy. Tilena, who's got the packet for Congress. Who was the other one? Tony?
Tony.
Tony, that's right.
So
there's four. Is there anybody else that we're missing? I mean, there's something we just don't care about one way or the other. But I mean, so already there's four. That's almost a third of the legislature that's not going to be coming back.
I feel like you're missing someone. There's Clint, Tilena, Tony, Jim. I believe Mary Torres is not running for re-election. That I've heard, but I haven't heard. No
confirmation that she's never ever going to pick up a packet. Okay, I'm just curious as to how many are going to be leaving, looking for other positions, or not coming back into the 37th Guam legislature. Because I kind of want to get a sense of maybe we'll start doing some research on which of the other incumbents aren't coming back because the voters don't want them there. Yeah, we took a look around, and there's just not enough people dumb enough to vote for you to get you back into the legislature. So that's one of the things. And if you have any suggestions, go ahead and write their names online so that we can get a sense of that, and we'll share that amongst ourselves. Hey, look, it's 6:42 in the morning, and I'm going to take a quick break. We'll take our first look at traffic and whatever on the other side of these.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Hafa-day, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
There it is up on screen, so you can see how little traffic there is on Guam right now. Not a whole lot happening up in Jigo. Get into Dededo. The usual spots are starting to get busy. A little bit of traffic in front of the intersection of 1 and 3. Some traffic up at Ukadu, and then you've got a little bit of very slow moving traffic in front of the Micronesia Mall. Cruise down a little bit more into the rest of Marine Corps Drive. Looks like this just regular going here as you make your way to wherever it is that you're going. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot to get worried about here. 8, 10, and 16 looking pretty good right now. Most of 10's all right. At 4, getting into the downtown Agatiya area, that long stretch of road all the way into town is running fairly clear here this morning, and not a whole lot happening at Big Navy in Sumai. Enjoy it. 644, easy driving on a Tuesday morning with the Ray Gibson Show.
This Mother's Day, spoil your mom by giving her what she really wants. Come into GTA today and get mom a new smartphone on HPO with our Live Unlimited plan for only $55 a month. That's not only a savings of $360 a year, it's also unlimited talk, text, data, and in case that's not enough, while supplies last, get a free $200 Visa gift card with your purchase. If she didn't have a favorite before, she will now. Terms and conditions apply. See store for details or visit gta.net for more info. GTA, we start with mom.
Knowledge is power. In just 60 seconds, the Evolt 360 provides you a unique experience and a detailed report of your body composition for you to take action to improve your health. The Evolt 360, turning information into inspiration to live a balanced lifestyle. Evolt 360 is exclusively at the Take Care Wellness Center. Go to Simply Book Me or call 671-646-6956 extension 7260 for more information and to schedule an appointment with a member of the Take Care Wellness team.
Miles per gallon? No. They call it smiles per gallon over at Nissan. They got a network of cars there at that place, and they have it's called the 30-plus mile per gallon car. You might be really, really happy with the ride that you've got right now, but with the constant increases in price lately, thanks Joe Biden, we now start to look at the car and driving around as the most necessary thing in the whole wide world. We're combining trips, we're planning our rides here to take best advantage of it, and so they said, well, why don't we just start telling everybody what great gas mileage these Nissans get? The 30-plus miles per gallon club include the Versa, the Sentra, the Altima, the Kicks, even the Rogue. Big high rider like the Rogue gets 32 miles to the gallon. But for superior savings, maybe you got to go electric. Check out the Nissan Leaf at nissanguam.com today.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
Did they fly themselves in? Oh, wait, remember we were asking Cody about does he get any special perks from the airlines? You know, because he's kind of part of the team. Look, I'll help you.
Oh, yeah.
I'll help you land that thing safely from high on top of my tower. He says sometimes they'll let him ride the jump seat.
Oh,
sometimes
wow.
they don't ride the jump seat.
That's in the belly.
But other times, if you're really nice, you can ride on the co-pilot's lap.
Oh,
yeah. A little known fact about the airline industry. 6:47 in the morning. Mark Mendiola on the line from the Guam Ed board here. A couple of headlines that are moving through here this morning. I'll save the best for last. But number one is looks like the Ed board and the Department of Education has spoken. What with the lifting of the indoor mask mandate by the governor, teachers, students, athletes no longer have to worry about wearing their mask in the schools anymore, huh?
Yeah, that's the guidance we got. So I was talking to my kids in the car this morning. I said, sons, it's optional for you guys. Ask what your teacher thinks, and left it at that.
Really? I mean, were they excited at the idea that they didn't have to wear the muzzle? I mean, the diaper. I mean, the mask on their face anymore?
They're like, really? I'm like, yeah.
Oh, I know. Okay, I know that feeling. Oh yeah, whatever, Dad. You're just on the Ed board. I'm gonna wait until Miss tells me whether it really is optional or whatever. But the kids, I know that there are some kids that are darned excited about the idea that they're no longer going to have to worry about the masks in the schools. So we've got that as an interesting addition to it. I was under the impression that they were kind of the Department of Education was looking at this separately from the rest of the government of Guam and only wanted to go into mask mandates or releasing restrictions kind of after you talk with all the parents and the other stakeholders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so, of course, the executive order came out, and I guess it clearly defined what they were lifting. And so, yeah, until we get that official black and white, then that's when the department starts to, engage with folks. And some people.
Yeah, they published it late last night and sent it out to the media. I got my copy in the middle of the night on the what is the middle of the night for me that says the executive order is out and the mask mandate for indoors has been rescinded, and that's good news. I want to say for a lot of people that have just been darn tired of, parking the car, walking, 100 feet to the door, realizing you don't have the mask, walk 100 feet back to the car, and just says, screw it, I'm going home. I didn't need it anyway. In 10 minutes, it'll be 7 o'clock in the morning. A couple of other things happening in the Department of Education. John's announcement yesterday eclipsed the news that you were able to get your waiver from the legislature and no longer have to worry about the 180 days, and the seniors don't have to worry too much about their, service learning requirements.
Yeah, simultaneously to Ray, announcements have been going out about the district-wide assessment. So we're testing our students, and then also there's notice going out for summer school for students that need additional intervention, that additional help. So we're going to continue on this journey. I think we're going to, start to see normalization or equalization coming next school year. We're just trying to wrap up this school year. I appreciate those who, kind of supported, what we requested. I know it was challenging, but, we are where we're at. And I think we just need to move forward and, do our best to get our students, up to par with respect to, recovering from this 2 years. And so, we launched that strategic plan, and that strategic plan is going to require data from the department moving forward, and it's going to really lead the the department in terms of the decisions that need to be made. There's a new board that's going to be in next January, so hopefully they stick with it and they continue on that journey.
You sound like you're not going to be a part of it.
Yeah, man. If you recall, I made that announcement that prior to John saying he was leaving, I decided that I wasn't going to seek re-election for the Board of Education.
Quitter! Quitters! Which kind of led me into the next question. Is, man, it's like your bro's leaving. It's like you and John working so well together over the last bunch of years. I mean, traveling together out to D.C.
Hold on, the two of them are leaving together? Are you running as a pair?
Governor and Lieutenant Governor.
Oh, there we go. There it is. Announcement made.
Yeah, that's true, Monty. You can't do that because everybody will throw it right back at you. Yeah, I'll run if you run. All right. Well, listen, I'd give you an opportunity to say something nice about John Fernandez because he's on line too.
Okay. Well, appreciate the years of service he provided to the Department of Education. We really navigated through a tremendous amount of adversity, for the department, starting with, fighting for the resources, just trying to get Simon Sanchez off the ground. We've also, this pandemic, the different modes of learning. But I think, if anything, we provided that stability, for the department. I know that, far from all the things that we've tried to accomplish, as a Board of Education, the superintendent has really given the board guidance and given us an opportunity to have that dialogue. I think, I don't know, Ray, I'm pretty sure you were around when there was a lot of heated discussions, especially with the GFT. We've come to a point, I think, in the way we, address education, the way we move forward. I just think that the superintendent, we respect his decision, and we just look forward to moving the department forward. And the next steps is to find a replacement. I know it's going to be
I don't want that job. That is going to be interesting. I was looking at the chapter and verse out of the Guam Code Annotated, and just minimum requirements for the position, plus whatever else the board is going to be looking at that might be vital. I don't know that there are too many people on Guam that have similar qualifications, and then a similar demeanor and aptitude for the job. I think that's more important than any book learning that you got there. Anyway, 6:53. We'll chat a little bit more on the time between now and the end of his journey in the Department of Education, so we can find out a little bit more about how you are going to take the steps at GDOE to find that replacement. I think that's got to be job number one now that we've got the kids sorted out their summer school plans. 6:53. That's Mark Mendiola from the Ed Board. Line 2, like I said, over here is John Fernandez, the superintendent of the Department of Education. Buenos and half a day, John.
Half a day, Ray. And, boy, I didn't know you that Chairman would be on before me, but
no, I didn't either.
Good to hear. Good to hear him on as well. I just want to thank the Chairman. I mean, we worked really well together, whether he was chair or vice chair, and he's worked well with, Dr. Okada, Mr. Gutierrez, and all of our board members to really try to, keep us together and moving forward for the kids. And so I do appreciate just the support and guidance that he's provided for me through all of the ups and downs of the last few years. It's been really challenging. So, it's been very important that we work together as much as possible and stay on the same page. So he's understood that at the board level, and he's provided that support. And, when things need to change or things are going south, he'll call me out on it so we can continue that open discussion and make things better. So I just want to thank him as well. So we're not going to be a ticket of any sort, but it's been a long time. This is a lot of work, a lot of effort. I know his days start early and end late. My days start about 4:30 and end at 10, maybe 11. So after 10 years of that, it's really come time where I've had to evaluate what's next, what's new for me and for my family, and really that's what's behind the decision to really kind of bring it to 10 years. And then let's see if we can hand this off to the next leader.
Well, you know how much I dislike change, John, and I was delighted when you came in because I could tell very early into this process that you were the kind of guy that was going to bring experience and stability to the Department of Education, and I'm delighted that it lasted 10 years. I wish it would go another 10 years. I'm the guy that will worry after the Department of Education when you're gone. Will they do a good job finding a replacement? Will they be able to get along with them? Because as you know, the history of the job before you got there was that it was oftentimes, the policy board being the way they are, oftentimes not running parallel, as it were, with the superintendent of the Department of Education. There were guys got canned in the middle of the night, for heaven's sakes, after these meetings. So you know that it was always contentious until you got there. I think that you brought so much stability to the job. No,
well,
I'm afraid when you're gone, it won't be there anymore.
Yeah, the average tenure of superintendents from I think 1980 to when I got there was about 14 months, and that 14 months is basically one school year. And of course, if you have superintendents changing every school year, it's really tough to make change. So I do think that hopefully with the navigation of these last 10 years, that I've been able to show. And that the board has been able to show that we should be able to work together between the board and the superintendent, whether or not we disagree on any particular issue. Once we make that decision about what's next, we should be able to move ahead in tandem, and there shouldn't be this overflow of pride or anger or emotion that leads us to disserve our children. So hopefully we set the bar for what that relationship should look like, and we hope to see that the stability for the next years to come. So that's my hope. But again, the 14 months is the average tenure, and for state superintendents, right now I'm the longest serving at 10 years. The average is really closer to 3 years at this point. So it's something that everyone across the country has to look at. How to keep some stability in our school system to make change.
Absolutely. 6:57 and almost 6:58. I'm probably going to be late for Fox News because I got a couple of important educational voices on the line. John Fernandez, who announced yesterday that he was stepping down, also was watching the. You okay there? Sorry, Mana's playing with her phone. But I watched the video feed yesterday with you, and apparently you were listening because you chimed in on a couple of things that I was saying. No, you're not running for political office, and you're not stepping down because of this whole transgender rugby issue.
Right. No, this is something that I've been kind of mulling over the last year, knowing my daughter, and you know my kids, Ray. My daughters are graduating from high school
I
this year.
remember asking you when you first got the job where they're going to school. They're going to be going to private school, and I think the oldest of your kids was just going to get started at Tamuning Elementary.
Yeah, so Tamuning Elementary through Jose Rios and now through JFK. So it's been good to be a parent and a superintendent at the same time, and really really see what goes on from the inside. And then also, watching my kids grow and see all the support they've gotten from their teachers and from their schools. So it is bittersweet. We get to this point. My daughter's, my firstborn is graduating, and it's kind of forced us to think about what's next for us as a family. And while I'm not going to share all the details, with the general public, I do think that it was something that we had to consider as maybe there's time we need to kind of take some time to focus in on making sure our kids get through the next stages of their lives.
You're not going to be one of those helicopter parents and follow her to college, are you?
Well, no, my daughter's ready to be independent, but certainly, my son's also finishing middle school, going into high school. It's something we consider that if there's ever any chance to make sure that we pay attention to these kids before we lose them, to the world, we wanted to make sure we spent the right, prioritize the right things. And 10 years has been hard. It's been long days, long evenings. The last 2 years have been very, very trying. So I'm looking forward to a little bit of a break.
Sure.
And I'm not done. I'm looking for the next thing, and wherever that may be, hopefully it'll be another place where I can contribute.
7 o'clock in the morning, we are going to be late for Fox News. Interesting conversation about possibilities that lie in front of you. But just a thought now. I know how it is over the course of 10 years and an incredible career back home on Guam. I mean, it's hard to pick out one thing. But I mean, do you have a highlight? Do you have a memory that on the bad days you go, okay, it's not always going to be like this. I remember that one time, that one day where everything was perfect in my life. What was that one day when it comes to your job as a superintendent?
I don't have one day. I think I have multiple days that I reflect back on, and really those are the times where I get a chance to sit down with kids and really talk to them about what they're doing in school, how their lives are going, what they want to be, what they dream to be, and it really keeps me grounded in what we're doing. Right? I mean, we can talk about everything we want in the school system, the big picture, but when it comes down to it, we're talking about the lives of our young people, and it's always been good to see and talk to them and keep in touch with our kids. So I'm still in touch with students who were graduating in 2013, who still come to me for recommendations or references or for guidance, and it's so good to see them grow and become the people they're going to be. So I've always enjoyed that part of the job, and so that's what I'll always remember, those opportunities to just hear the stories of our kids and try to get them where they need to be in their lives.
Now, it's worth pointing out today, as I did yesterday, that there are people with a whole lot of followers on Twitter. One of them is the superintendent, has almost as many followers as Pia on Twitter. Very, very popular guy, and it's with the kids. It's with the students, and I think that you opened up Twitter as a unique kind of channel to be able to communicate with kids that otherwise might find it difficult to reach up and speak with and communicate with their superintendent. A couple of minutes after 7 o'clock in the morning. You think about getting back into the classroom? Is that one of the options for you? I know it'd be like, stepping down, Michelangelo, my favorite joke, stepping down from painting the Sistine Chapel to paint the kitchen here. But you ever think about getting back in the classroom as a teacher, as a schoolroom educator?
Well, I came to this job not from the classroom, but from other sectors, and I really always looked at education as the key to solving all the other issues that we continue to see in our community: public safety, healthcare, economic development. So I don't know if I'll end up in education or one of the other sectors, but I've always had my eye on figuring out how I can contribute to making our community better, and that's what I'll be looking forward to. So so I'm not sure yet, and I don't have anything lined up right now. Just taking a leap of faith. And then the decision we are making for really for the betterment of our family and where we're headed next in terms of our next chapter. And so I'm happy to let you know when I know. But,
I know how that is.
About that.
I know how that is. All right, last thing before I do let you go here, and wait a second. It was a thought in my head. I might not remember it exactly, worded exactly the right way. At any rate, I'm going to let you go. John Fernandez, the superintendent of the department. Oh, I remembered now. You've done, I think, a pretty good job of identifying people that make great deputies in the Department of Education. You think maybe somebody like Joe or Erica might make good replacement superintendents down the road?
Well, I think definitely. I mean, they've been part of the team that's carried on, and they've been really key in all the work we've been doing. But you also know that I would never step on the board's prerogative to decide how that process is going to work.
Just a recommendation.
Mark, the chairman, has been very very good to always include the other board members before deciding some really key questions about what type of decisions is ahead, when they want to take action, and whether they're going to put an interim in or look for a permanent, and all those things I think need to be sorted out. And then I'm happy to work with them to make sure there's a smooth transition.
Yeah.
They can identify the candidates that they're looking for to carry on the work. But yeah, definitely the deputies that have been at my side, I really want to thank them for their service and their hard work, especially over the last 2 years. But even going all the way back to our friend Rob Millet, who reached out to me yesterday to see if everything was going okay. I told him, I said, I sure could have used you during this rugby discussion. But,
oh, my God.
Nevertheless, they would be excellent candidates, but ultimately it's the board's decision, and we're going to see what the board thinks when we get a chance to meet.
All right. Rochelle Merrill is asking if you're staying on Guam. I think that was the answer might have been wrapped up in a statement he made the other day. I'll let you know when I know.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, good luck to you, John. We'll talk again, I'm sure, between now and your separation date. It'll be interesting conversations about the direction of the Department of Education now and in the next couple of years. Mark, I know you were staying on the telephone line. I'm going to cut you loose too. I'll talk to you guys both later.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, on.
All right,
just after 7 o'clock in the morning. Too late for Fox News Live. We'll take a quick break and then come back with Montecillo Tyrant and look at all the big news and headlines from Guam.
Day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many, many jobs. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds that kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Day, this is Josh here at APL. Our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Celebrate Mom with Chili's Mother's Day Special. Treat her to the mouth-watering ancho salmon, seasoned with sweet and mild ancho chili, or the flavorful sirloin steak done exactly to Mom's liking, or the tender and juicy ribeye steak. Complement her meal with a choice of Coca-Cola beverages or a glass of Thomas Hardy red wine. Complete her meal on a sweet note with a mini molten cake. At Chili's, more life and chilling with Mom happens here. Special menu selection start at $33. Promo valid May 7 and 8 only.
Off a day at 7:07, I'm Montecillo Tyrant with a look at your local news on The Point. It's been a long time coming, but as of midnight, the governor's mask mandate has been lifted. That mandate lifted after the island was able to maintain a low-risk status for several weeks now. The governor, through an executive order that she signed yesterday, said that through the hard work of our frontliners and essential workers and the patience and diligence of our community, we have reached our goal. She says wearing masks in public shall be optional. Certain businesses, of course, she says, will still be allowed to require masks if they choose so. Meanwhile, the Department of Education, in a notice that it put out this morning, says that face masks will be optional at the schools for students and teachers. And this is for indoors and outdoors and even sports activities. GRMC did put out a notice that it will maintain a mask requirement for patients, staff, and visitors. GMH has not stated if that policy will be the same over there. Meanwhile, with the COVID restrictions being lifted, the governor has extended the public health emergency. She says that the island needs to ensure the continuity of operations and services that the community has come to rely on. The administration stated that the island will move to a COVID recovery mode as opposed to the COVID response mode. There is an increased demand for childcare providers with the expanded childcare program put out by the administration to help families and parents get back to work and get additional childcare for children. Programan Pinilan gives millions of dollars of support to cover the cost of childcare, this creating a need for centers. As a result, the Guam Economic Development Authority has created a provider certification program that provides free skill building courses and paid on-the-job training. The first cohort is set to begin on May 16th at the Guam Community College, followed by 2 months of on-the-job training. More information can be found at the GIDA website at investguam.com. Meanwhile, a slew of commercials have been making their debut on local networks with a number of members of the community thanking the governor for the program in Salapi. That program intended to give qualifying low-income families up to $300 to help cover for expenses such as gas. The Department of Administration has the application still available on their website through May 22nd. Similar ads were being run on local networks where Congressman Mike Sinicholas is thanked for the federal funds, in particular the funds which helped federal dollars that helped local businesses stay afloat and help sustain payroll for businesses. Well, more news right after this.
It's time for a fresh moment from Ruby Tuesday Guam. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service, and for a limited time, you can feel the freshness for just $8.99. That's right, $8.99. You can also add on grilled chicken or grilled salmon for a few bucks more. The Fresh Garden Bar is back to self-service and available all day long. So come on in for a fresh moment at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
A plea deal is being offered a 20-year-old man who was charged in the death of an elderly woman back in 2020. Jeremy Janelle Alvarez facing charges of murder as a first-degree felony, aggravated murder as a first-degree felony, and aggravated assault as a second-degree felony. Each charge includes a special allegation of possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. The parties are also awaiting the results of the DNA test that was conducted by the FBI. Alvarez is scheduled back in court on June 23rd. Meanwhile, a 59-year-old man was arrested after he was accused of sexually assaulting a woman a couple of times. According to court documents, the victim told police the suspect allegedly assaulted her at her workplace. James Jerry Michael Paulino was charged with criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony. Also from the Guam Daily Post, the former Department of Corrections Deputy Director Joey Allen Ekfadzi Terlahi has pleaded not guilty to charges handed down against him in a superseding indictment. Through his attorney, Jay Ariola, he pleaded not guilty to felonious restraint as a third-degree felony and 2 counts of official misconduct as a misdemeanor. The Terlahi is alleged to have assisted the former joint mayor, Jesse Bloss, who allegedly beat his girlfriend and detained her for 3 days. Attorney Ariola says that he would file a second motion to dismiss on the superseding indictment. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
So that's interesting. So the governor's office running commercials that say thank you for the program at Salapi?
Thank you.
Do they have anybody with a really ear-piercing scream like in Mike Sinicholas's?
No.
No, they don't?
No.
See, they got this. They're not trying hard enough. I mean, that's a sell right there. So would it be fair to say that the governor's office is copying Mike Sinicholas's ads?
I didn't say that.
Well, that's going to lead to, you know what? That's going to lead to a lot of audience confusion.
You might recall that there was actually a complaint that was filed against Congressman Mike Sinicholas against, I think it was Peter Santos that
for
filed
doing that.
Yeah.
Right.
So I wonder.
So is he going to complain about the governor doing the thing on?
I don't know. I actually saw it last night when I was watching the news. So
I'm sorry. My mind is very, very small on Tuesday mornings. It's 7:13, and shall we take
Only on Tuesday?
Only on Tuesdays. 7:13, we'll take a look at the weather here for today. Mostly sunny in today's forecast. Daytime highs 87 degrees. Winds out of the east 10 to 15 miles an hour. As usual, we'll get the gusty winds ahead about 18 miles an hour today. After midnight tonight, we got scattered showers and mostly cloudy skies moving in. Partly sunny into Wednesday. Wednesday night, partly cloudy. Heat index today will feel like 92 degrees. Sunrise this morning early at 5:59. Sunset tonight will be at 6:37. Hashtag tell the others. It's that time of year. That time of year, you're either going to get something that looks like weak tea, or you're going to close your eyes for a second, then you open them up, bam, and the sky has gone blood red. We're around that time of year where that might be a little bit more commonplace. So never, ever, ever turn your back on a Guam sunset. 7:14. There's news and weather together on the point.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
And then when you're done with that call, make another call to Ron and Kim over at Security Title. That's what they do. They will lubricate the process, especially for first-time home buyers. It's very, very important that you include these guys in there. Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. You okay there, Joe?
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on ThePOINT.gu.
I'm sorry. I know you're okay. It's just that I looked through the glass at Real Joe, and he had that look on his face like he, as a kid, got on the wrong bus or something. And I'm like, and then there was a heartbeat of dead air.
That's just my face,
It
man.
freaked me out. Okay, where are we? It's 7:15 in the morning. Let me just check out and see who else is playing around with us on the line here. Edwin Kitsutsu, I call him Detwin. Eric Day. Good morning to Jose Tetpahago, Heather Perez, Jeff Pleadwell from the Pirates Cove online. Who else?
Ahoy.
Yes, ahoy there. Nick Perlowski hanging out. Simon Sanchez made it to the feed here today. So did Mark Cruz. Good to see Marie Babauta Balbin, who is watching the program here. What are you laughing at again? What? Donamila? Did Donamila type something funny in here? Okay, I'll look for it. I see Lisa Ishamaru on the line here. She's got one of those. If I try to say her middle name, I have to use my Palauan tongue, and I don't think I'll be able to use that for a couple of days yet. Nathaniel Patrick is there. Renati Shari, Oliver Malakas. Good morning to Sandra Regis, who's there. Joe Jerry, Samuel Tarag, Debbie Staley. Good morning and welcome to the program. Nice fish in your profile picture. Brennan Fausto is there. MP Ogo. So the program is now secure. I think we're going to make him the sergeant at arms of the program. George Cabrera is there. Amy Rose, Aggie Edmondson is watching the program. So is Pete Rivera, Rochelle Merrill, Mercy Wenzel, M.T. Farron, Naomi Taitano. Half a day to you. Danny F. Guerrero, Rose Pacini, Roman Ramirez is on the line. I cannot say after watching the Highlander as many times as I have, I don't know that I can say Ramirez normally anymore. I always want to go Ramirez. I always want to say it like the dude in Highlander. Yes. Marjan Conception, John Taitagui, Carol Ann Pruin is there with us. So is Bill Fritton, Francis Duffy, KLB Guame, Vicente Pangolinan is online. So is Jane Nauta, JB St. Nicholas checking in. I see Therese Uggan. And what is that? Dona Mila Martinez. Let me see this. MSN paid for the ads where the people thank the federal government for the federal funds that saved their jobs and businesses. The governor's ads thank her for the program that Shelton put together to help qualified individuals get gasoline. I see the difference now. I'm not gonna say they're copycats anymore. Yvonne Tykenko, Marty Mendoza, Jimmy Moylan is there. I see John Ananich. John Ananich is here, Real Joe.
Here I am, Lord. Is it I, Lord?
That's absolutely right. So we can count on going to Sidelines for a variety of fundraising activities now that will take place. Hi, Poe. Good to see Wen Roy and Marvin Francisco. Marisa Collins is online. I woke up in time for roll call. Yes, you did. You made it this morning. And I see even Rico Blanca for it going, Ramirez. You're not going to be all day long. That's going to be in your head. I'm sorry. It's 7:18 in the morning. Let's take a look at what happened on the markets, or not. I just realized I forgot to put that website together. So I'll take a look at the markets a little bit later on. Now we're doing Brent's oil. Let's look at oil. West Texas trading at $105.10 today. Of Tappas crude running about $112.96. Now, that number is the same as it was yesterday. They will freeze, for whatever reason, the publishing of the updated figures. But if you're seeing West Texas begin to climb, because it was at 104 yesterday, you can assume that maybe there's going to be some upward trajectory on the Tappas as well. Looking at a couple of other economic issues here that are affecting folks. How are you doing finding things in the store? Now, I'll preface this by saying I am not experiencing any slowdowns in anything that I buy, because there's a mom and pop place near where I live that I do the majority of my shopping. I don't generally go up to Payless. Unless, there's something specifically that I know I can get, like fresh meats and things like that. Otherwise, for the most part, it's just a loaf of bread and some vegetables and eggs. I can get that over at the mom and pop place. So I'm not missing out, I think, on those empty shelves. But beginning to hear stories about more significant shortages that are going on. Anybody got newborn kids in? I'm looking around the room like, there's somebody around here.
We're trying, Ray. We're trying.
Anybody got any newborns in there? How are you doing with formula? There's a story out of the mainland. Families are facing alarming shortages in formula. And if you've got a kid and you're not, breastfeeding, most men aren't, chances are you're going to go to the store and you will get the most expensive product in the store. It's not ribeye steak. It's not tomahawks. It's Similac. The formulas are the most expensive thing in the world. I was when Miami was a baby, I made a deal with a wholesaler to buy directly from them. Not going to tell you who.
Oh yeah, black market.
Hey dude, yeah. So I'd go up there, middle of the night, and I'd grab. I paid wholesale.
In the back alley.
Wholesale prices for baby formula might be about a nickel less than what you're going to pay when you get to the grocery store. There's absolutely no markup. It is the most expensive stuff. Exacerbated by pandemic-induced supply chain issues and recent product recalls, the shortage has sent the price of formula skyrocketing in certain communities. In Connecticut, a lady named Diana Torres, we might be related, told a TV station that finding formula has been a nightmare. A 3-pack of Similac baby formula. She found one on eBay, a 3-pack on eBay, $238.
Wow. There's all kinds of stuff on eBay that are weirdly priced.
Plus shipping. For $1. The same product goes for around $130 at a wholesale store. Cassidy Rogers, my baby almost went without food for at least a day because I couldn't find it. And when I did, it was so expensive I didn't have the money for it. Texas mom Mary Salvador Ramirez told the Houston Chronicle she's been searching for formula for her 3-month-old on Facebook, where there's a risk that the product could be tampered with. Another shortage that you might be hearing about now. Get that Cold Stone Creamery ice cream cake for mom. Buy that today. Because there is now hearing about an ice cream shortage that's going on. The industry, specifically in Florida, has been hit hard. Threatening local businesses and an essential summer staple. Practically everything that you need to serve ice cream is in low supply. Spoons, cups, lids, containers, straws, all the stuff that go into enjoying an ice cream cone, you're not going to be able to get your hands on these days. They tell me that the price of pizza is unsustainably high right now because the product shortages, all of the ingredients that go into making pizza are hard to come by.
All of it came from Ukraine, and it's all due to Putin.
It's Putin. It's Putin. Somebody's going to do something about that guy. Can't we just shoot him? 7:22 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, real quick on the numbers here. S&P 500, NASDAQ, and the Dow, all of them back up. Now, I'm not going to say up where they're supposed to be. S&P 500 is only up by 23 points. They closed at 41.55. The NASDAQ, 12,536. That's up by 201 points. So maybe the tech issues have been solved. Dow Jones Industrial Average picked up 85 points, 33,061. The FTSE is up. The Nikkei is down, but only by 30. Hang Seng up by 813. The Shanghai Index up by 71 points, and the DAX down by 158. Big winners on the NASDAQ. As I said, they're looking better than anybody else today. Align Technology, DocuSign, Moderna, Lucid Group, and Meta Platforms, also known as Facebook, looking pretty good today on the social media scene and in the equities market. Let me see. As I said, oil trading at $105, gold $1,863, and Real Joe's got your Bitcoin number.
Oh, 38,492.
You know, you'd think it would be higher because we lifted that mask mandate.
That's
Doggone
true.
it. You'd think the numbers would be through the roof on that. Doesn't look like there's a whole lot happening. I'm just looking for any kind of real world thing to peg to cyber currencies.
Oh,
yeah. I may stop giving that number because you know it's one of those numbers. It's interesting in that it's meaningless. You know what I mean?
Elon's into it, Ray.
Elon Musk, but he's got his own, right? The Dogecoin.
No, that's
that's
his
not
own. That's something that he decided he wanted to tweet on.
Right.
One day.
Oh, okay. But it's not. Does he not have a cyber currency?
I mean, his own.
Yeah.
Like the Musk coin or something like that. No. There was talk about that, but no one did.
I mean, I cannot think of a better time to roll one out. I mean, it doesn't sound like the most. Well, let's make one.
You can make one.
Let's make one.
You can mint your own coin.
I'll mint my own Bitcoin. It would be called the Musk.
There are websites there that you can go up there, mint your own coin, call it the Ray.
You know, there's a website for everything I found.
Yes, there is.
Mr. Roberts. It's 7:24 in the morning, and about time for us to get into today's Extra Point. A reminder, you get two Jerry Roberts today. One on the radio here in the Extra Point, and then the other one in the Guam Daily Post. It's called The Work Zone, and today's Work Zone is 10 remarkable women and quotes.
Yes,
so
sir.
check that out a little bit later on. Right now, check out the Extra Point, brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Imagine you are an hourly worker and are called upon to deliver a service that is in line with your job, but occurs some 30 to 50 minutes before your scheduled work period begins. Further, imagine that you're not paid for giving this service. Further still, imagine that this is not a one-time or even an occasional situation, but one that happens each and every day that you work. My question is, how would you feel about that? I'll tell you why I'm bringing this whole thing up next on the Extra Point.
This is the sound of connecting with nature, connecting to each other, and the sound of connecting with your finances. With First Hawaiian Bank's new mobile app, you have the power to connect with your finances like never before. With real-time tracking on your financial goals and tailored updates on your accounts, First Hawaiian Bank is putting the power of connection at your fingertips. First Hawaiian Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
So you're not being paid for this work done during the 30 to 50 minutes prior to your shift, but you're expected to do the work. Did you answer the question as to how you'd feel about that? If you haven't guessed, this is the world of airline flight attendants, unless you happen to fly for Delta, the Atlanta-based carrier, the only one where flight attendants are not unionized, recently announced they will pay attendants during boarding starting in June. While it's only at half the flight attendant's normal hourly rate, it's a start. This is a slap in the face to the Association of Flight Attendants, AFA, which represents 50,000 flight attendants at 20 airlines. It should also be noted that the AFA has been out to unionize Delta for some 2 decades and have been voted down 3 times. This move strengthens Delta's position that it doesn't need a union, that management and workers can get together and thrive without unionization. I once knew a man named Bill Gibson who promoted such an idea. He told me that good ownership is proactive in taking care of its people, and they make sure that no union can ever drive a wedge between them and their workers. He also told me that there are companies that do little to nothing for the benefit of their workforce and absolutely deserve a union. And I think he would applaud Delta's efforts. The AFA has been unable to get any of those 20 airlines to do what Delta just did. And a lot of those members are hopping mad that non-union employees are getting a benefit they don't get, even though they've been paying union dues since they got their wings. I've flown a lot of miles over the years and had no idea that the attendants I've asked for help before the plane lifted off or not getting paid for the privilege of serving. It makes me want to bypass them and ask a pilot who might be standing around because they get paid for everything. I happen to think that when it comes to flying, flight attendants are essential personnel and should be paid when they start working. During the jobs in my life when I was paid by the hour, there were numerous times when my boss asked me to go off the clock because he couldn't show overtime yet still needed some help. I pitched in, was happy to do it. That said, would I have felt differently if I was asked for an extra half hour or hour a day every day? I think so. Now, I don't know when police officers start getting paid or nurses, and I'm sure there were a lot of other essential folks out there and are being called upon to start working before they officially go on the clock, possibly. Don't know. In any case, maybe Delta's action will lead the way for all flight attendants to get what their union has been unable to get for them. Union membership was roughly 20% in 1983 and has shrunk to about half of that. However, tougher times are upon us, and the increasing inflation won't help. Petitions to form unions have grown by 57% in the last 6 months. That's according to the National Labor Relations Board. A recent Gallup poll reported that 2 in 3 Americans now approve of unions. Employers have their work cut out for them if they want to keep unions out. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank, I'm Jerry Roberts.
I appreciate the reference to my old man is absolutely right. I worked for a company that there was no way ever that it would be unionized. Yeah. I worked with Lee Holmes over at Guam Cable TV, and those employees, almost to a man, would take a bullet for Lee Holmes. and the thought that anybody would come and get in between this very special relationship that he had with a lot of these guys is just absolutely unheard of. But a different time that we live in now and are trying to manage through, and the calls for unionization, more power, I suppose, to the employee and the many businesses now that are crying out for employees.
Well, you've also got a different time in America where you've got the far left and you've got the younger generations. Not if you're not in this group, that doesn't apply to you. Yeah. Don't get upset. But you've got some young folks that kind of want everything given to them in some respects. And so they're attuned to that they can get more through a union. I've had experience with a union through the after the American Federation of Radio and Television Artists successfully unionized a shop that I was in, and we actually, in my category of worker, got zero benefit from it. But
you still had to pay.
We had to pay union dues, and we got no benefits at all. So we actually came out negative. Yeah. I many a time when your dad used to write for Directions Magazine every month, and I was just, I was blessed by it. He and I many times got on the phone or got together, and we had conversations about unions and things of that nature. And he was just the strongest voice ever. I mean, he ran the Employers Council for 100 years and helped a lot of companies that get by these problems.
I wonder how he would feel about a new thing. It's pay data. Is what they're referring to it as. In New York, job postings are going to get more interesting. Starting November the 1st this year, employers will be required to post the maximum and minimum salary for a role so that you will know how much the job pays before you even bother with the interview. It will have to be part of the thing. I mean, not just starting salary, but maximum salary as well. Quickly becoming a trend, salary transparency is believed to be a way to diminish unfair gender and racial pay disparities, and more states and cities are adopting the practice. Colorado's law went into effect last year. Washington State has got their own legislation, and a dozen or more states are mulling laws that do the same thing. Since New York City, a highly competitive labor market, what happens there is going to be influential around the rest of the country. Are you willing as a boss to say, this is the opening that I've got, this is where the pay starts, and this is where it ends?
Now, if you are an extremely good worker, I mean, somebody at the top of your skills, and you work like a beast,
then you look at that maximum
and
number.
You say that maximum and say, wait a second, that's the ceiling, that's all I can do no matter what I do.
Yep.
you have to look at this other sides to the conversation.
And the perfect employee might pass you up to go work someplace else where that max is a little bit higher. 7:32 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show, and about time for Montesilva Tyrant to take care of news and headlines. It's 7:30 in the morning, and the 7:30 cast brought to you by Lolita Camet, now at Hava a Day Realty. Give her a jingle, 688-6743. Principal broker is Joe D. Duane. It's also brought to you by Burger King, where they're celebrating 33 incredible years with the Whopper Melts, available for a limited time only. They've got a spicy one, they've got a bacon one, and then they've got the Whopper Melt. I've had all of them and delight every single time I put that in my mouth. So you try it today from the drive-thru over at Burger King. Right now with news and headlines, here's Montesilva Tyrant. Mono, what happened?
Well, the public health emergency has been extended until June, but the mask mandate as of this morning has been lifted for indoors and outdoors. The governor signed an executive order yesterday rescinding her mandate. She says wearing masks in public shall be optional, but certain businesses will be still allowed to require masks if they choose so. Meanwhile, the Department of Education says that face masks will be optional for schools indoors and outdoors, including sports. GRMC also announced that it would maintain its mask requirement. There's been no word from May Habib over at GMH on if that policy will be applied at GMH as well. A number of incumbent senators will not be seeking another run for the legislature, and according to the Guam Daily Post, Senator Clint Rigel confirms he too will not be seeking a third term. He's championed the legalization of recreational marijuana, says that he'll now focus on his family. Now, who picked up packets from the Election Commission? Our pal John Ananich, running for Democrat Senator, and HRRA Executive Director Lasia Casil. She joins about 40 others who picked up packets. And the Guam Election Commission says it intends to award the office space lease to the Westin Resort Guam in Tumon as a site for the early voting for this year's primary and general election. The primary election is on July 28th. They'll need the space from July 1st through November 30th for the early voting for both the primary and the general election. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
That just feels so random.
The Westin, right?
Yeah.
Because that's really hard to get in and out of.
It's way the hell over there. The mall.
And the parking's terrible.
Yeah, I mean, are they gonna? Will everybody be able to drive around the lobby area over at the Westin?
They use the trolley from GVB.
It might be the smart way to do that. Go park somewhere. I mean, we were looking at
because it does have a stop right outside of the Westin.
And well, my first urge was call the guys over at the old Guam Greyhound.
Oh yeah,
Bart. I mean, go find Bart Jackson because him and Janet Calvo have got some work being done down there.
I think they did
submit a bid. They did submit a bid. Micronesia Mall had submitted a bid as well.
Big parking lots.
Well, I think they've got what I'm not sure, but I think there's a bank in there that isn't a bank anymore.
You're right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean, some of
the Hong Kong Bank or something.
So they've got a facility there, and what is most important to the guys over at the Election Commission is they don't want to lug everything back and forth. So that what they want to be able to do is, you voted today, okay, we're going to put it in the folder, and we're going to stick that folder in the vault, and nobody touch it until it's time to start counting votes in the primary. And so Micronesia Mall has that. They've got parking everywhere, and what the heck, we'll go vote and then do some shopping, swing by beyond the box.
Want early voting this year. Maybe that's one reason to put it where they put it.
Well, the only reason why I'd put a kibosh on early voting is if I wanted to manipulate the timelines so that I could close the Democratic primary.
Really?
That would be one thing, yeah. Ponder, 736, you troublemaker. That's Jerry Roberts. He's going to take care of the Extra Point again tomorrow morning. Montesilva, thanks very much for the news and headlines. I'm going to look at traffic here in just moments on the Ray Gibson Show.
BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of plain grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts, now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Aganya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Oh no, the COVID-19 special address from the governor has been moved. It was originally going to be at, like 8 o'clock this morning, 8:30 this morning. They've moved it now to 10 o'clock this morning, same place otherwise. And then it's going to be, what do you think she's going to say?
We're lifting the mask requirement?
Yeah, well, okay.
No, but there was something that came out from, I'm just looking at this now. You distracted me.
I'm sorry. No,
there was a notice from the Speaker's office regarding tomorrow's hearing on Bill 291, which is the heartbeat bill.
Yeah.
Apparently, as stated, you need to have registration for both hearing days. I don't know. Wait, hold on.
There's,
You have to register for a time slot because I guess they're anticipating a large number of people coming out to testify.
Well, did you hear that Planned Parenthood flew out for this? The people over at Planned Parenthood want to come out and kill 291, and so they're out here to do that. I'm told that the ACLU has come out here to help kill 291 as well. So you get all the big guns that have managed to find their way to Guam. I don't ever recall hearing anything from the ACLU when our civil rights were being trampled on in the last 2 years. But all of a sudden, we've got something worth flying out for, and of course, Planned Parenthood as well. You know who's going to be upset about that is Bob Klitsky. He doesn't like the idea of having to register for anything. This is when the public hearings are, and you go to the legislature and you sign up and you wait your turn, and we don't do this. We're going to have people reserve their space in the program, and what's the effect of that going to be? Will they be able to program the public hearings? So we're going to front load all of these people from this side of the story and front load people from that side of the story, because you know what? Otherwise, for me, it's an exhausting conversation. But otherwise, what I'd like to be able to see is somebody that is pro 291. And then con 291, pro 291, con 291, and watch that back and forth. I mean, I think that's the nature of a good public debate, as opposed to, you know what, somebody got to the Speaker's office and claimed all of them.
So the first people to register would be the first ones to get to testify. So
well, when did they put that into place?
That was the first time I saw it.
Yeah, I think I
don't necessarily read everything that comes to my email either. To be honest.
Ignore me. Yeah, I do the same. It's triage. It's triage. You just kind of like, oh, that's too long. I'm not going to read that. 7:40 in the morning. Did you want me to do traffic? I thought I heard the traffic music in the background. Real Joe, are you trying to nudge me into programming here? All right, there it is. Looking at the traffic maps right now, do I see anything that is of interest? It's interesting in that it's pretty colors, but it's the same thing at this time every day. Getting out of Ipaupau into Dededo is going to slow you down. Traffic over at Waisangsong, meeting up with Marine Corps Drive traffic. That's going to meet up with some more traffic coming off of Route 3 onto Marine Corps Drive. It'll open up a little bit, but then it'll slow down by the Micronesia Mall. Swing by and get something to eat when they open. 8, 10, and 16. Ugly on the 10 side, making your way towards the intersection. And then we got traffic in both directions on Route 8 and trying to get to Route 16. So anticipate some delays. Dogging out traffic up and down there for sure. Route 4 also running busy. And then we get down to Big Navy in Sumai, and that one looking like it's starting to feel like morning drive down there as well. In 20 minutes, it's 8.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Where others put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
7:42 in the morning, getting messages from a bunch of teacher friends of mine that are saying it's great being in the classroom. The kids can see my face. I can see their faces. Can you imagine? There's some guys out there that are just now realizing they've got a hot teacher. Today is the day. I didn't know, miss. I didn't know. 7:42 in the morning. Remind your mom she's special by giving her a Cold Stone treat for Mother's Day. The Strawberry Passion is the one that you ought to get your eyes on. Layers of moist red velvet cake, strawberry ice cream with graham cracker pie crust. They wrap it up in fluffy strawberry frosting. Call, visit, or order online at coldstonecreamery.com.
The Ray Gibson Show. Any speaker, anytime. Morning talk that matters.
Holy guacamole! Mother's Day is this weekend.
No way.
Oh, yes, May 8th is Mother's Day.
Reservations. Better make reservations.
Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Strawberry Passion, Mana's like, I like that cake. There's also a Midnight Delight we want you to try over at
I like the
Cold Stone.
strawberry cheesecake, too. Very good.
Yeah, I like pretty much strawberry anything. 7:43 in the Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. I got Adrian on one. Good morning, Adrian. Welcome to the program.
Hey, thanks so much, Ray. It's been 3 years. I landed here 3 years ago, started flipping through the channels and found you, listened for a little bit, said, yep, this is the guy to be listening to. I called you up and I said, I asked you about some real estate. You kind of put me in touch with a couple people. It worked out a little, not as good as I was hoping. I was hoping for a little bit, but I did really well. Appreciate that. It's been a blast listening to you for 3 years. I actually became a Guam resident, yet we're about to head to South Dakota, and I think I'm gonna kind of jump ship a little bit.
Did you bought something? Did you sell it? Did you make any money?
Did. Oh yeah, hand over fist. I was over there in Epan, beautiful place, right across from almost right across from Just Pirate Cove.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, gorgeous place, and like I said, I just loved it. It worked out really well. Really appreciate that. Met a lot of people and good contacts through listening to you guys, and it's been fun. It's been real, but unfortunately, of course, it hasn't been real fun with everything's been going on. But
yeah,
appreciate the work you've been doing, and you and Klitsky and all the guys. It's been so great to hear you guys and really see this side of the island that you bring the perspective to. It's been a blast, but time to wind down, and we'll be flying out tomorrow morning.
I'm humbled. I appreciate all the time that you've spent and investment that you've made in this relationship. I'm sorry to see that you're going, but I'm happy to see that you're going to a red state.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was just I thought there'd be some different tax opportunities out here, but when I really started peeling back the onion with the way the government works out here, it's a little rough. But I think someone told me, I may have missed it, but I think you gave my YouTube channel a shout out a long time ago. But I
Well, go ahead and do it again.
That one.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Fedora Finance channel that I haven't done much with it lately just because of moving, but I heard you talk about it once, and I never was able to find that audio clip. But I definitely noticed in my views when it shot through the roof.
Yeah, folks, I don't know. Some people say I'm an influence. I like to think of myself as a horrible warning. But at any rate, so we're talking about the way things are here, and we've been predicting this over the last couple of years. COVID's going to end, and in between the times, there are going to be people that will be voting with their wallet, as it were, and voting with their feet, saying things aren't happening fast enough out here. Limited time on the earth, limited time to be able to make some decent dough. So I got to go find someplace that is going to be moving a little bit faster, or at least matching my speed. I didn't think South Dakota would be the place, but tell me a little bit about the advantages of going to someplace like South Dakota. What's the big deal in like Sioux Falls? They got a good music scene.
So the big thing with the investment scene there is I'm going to be living overseas most likely the rest of my life. I thought Guam would be a really good kind of place to be pivoting from. Still a United States citizen. Obviously, I'm in the military, so I need to keep my residency so I can, cash in my retirement. I'm going to a state that doesn't have any income tax. I want to go to a state where if I file my taxes, that I know that I'm going to get them back that fiscal year, and when I go to buy and sell property, just to develop and things like that, some of the insane conversations I had with Guam Water, Guam Power, certain other, city officials about trying to do certain things. 90% of the answer was, it depends. And, there's a difference between, going forward just a little bit slowly. I get the island life and then just not going anywhere at all, chasing the tail. And unfortunately, maybe again in a few years when I have more of a free time after I retire and the energy to really put up a fight. But I mean, I think of Ann over there at Carabao Brewery. You know, I've talked to her many times. Like, what a phenomenal! I wish she would run for something on this island. She is such a powerhouse when it comes to business.
Oh, absolutely.
And understanding.
Well, you know what her superpower is? She's patient. She's patient. She does. She will go. We got to go out and apply for this, and I've got to go and I'm going to sit at the Department of Revenue and Taxation. Be there for 3 or 4 hours. I'm done after like 3 or 4 minutes. Her superpower is she is the most patient person in the world, and I love it. There's a great example of, despite some what some people would refer to as hurdles or barricades, they have managed to overcome all of those things. You'll recall it was just 3 years ago that they started off just as we make beer here. And then they opened up their kitchen, and they've got Sando Sundays. We've got Wings Wednesday tomorrow night. I mean, you can go to the debate over at the legislature if you want to get all involved in that mess. I think I'm going to be hanging out over and watching the tears, the people with the tears in their eyes walking by from my perch over at Carabao. There's just so much. They have grown and developed so much in the 3 years that they have been here. No, you picked the right people to quote here this morning.
Yeah, and I hope the best for them. Like I said, hope maybe in a few years I'll give it a whirl again. I know you'll still be out here doing your thing, and I'll definitely be back to visit. It's just in the meantime, in the midterm. But that's why South Dakota, just no taxes, and it's very easy to get residency over there. I don't need to own anything.
Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of my investment is looking right now more towards a lot of the developing nations. I'm thinking either Vietnam or Thailand, things like that. Something where I'm really impressed with their rapid growth and the way they've handled things. Now we get a really good, clear perception on how governments are handling crises. I mean, this one silver lining is we could really see where the hot spots were. I mean, I was very impressed with what Mexico did, Colombia, several other countries that really, hunkered down and let the people kept their freedoms and were not restricted by just basically politics.
Well,
there was no science behind it at all, and it was politics.
Isn't it amazing? And you'd think that what should have been the hot spots for freedom and democracy, all of a sudden they start looking like you really what they did to their own citizens in Australia, what they did to their own citizens in Austria, what they've been doing around the world, France, where everybody's crowing about, hey, Macron won another election. Not everybody is happy with that. There continue to be riots in the streets in Paris, France. Is amazing. Everywhere where we thought it was all about freedom and liberty, my friend, it turns out to be completely different. So odd that we would be finding freedom in places that used to be war-torn and otherwise politically hot spots around here. Adrian, you have a safe trip. Good luck. Godspeed to you. And I've always said that the good ones find their way back to Guam. So I know you and I will be meeting again.
Thank you, sir. Hope to have a beer one of these days. You have a great one. Thank you, guys. God bless.
Just one beer?
Wonderful rest of the day.
All right. Just one? Have we met? Adrian, I'll see you soon, buddy. 7:50 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Well, that's doggone it. We're going to need to find another listener to replace him.
Yeah, man.
This cannot be a zero-sum game, guys. So, Adrian, tell a few of your friends on the way out. Yeah, it's the Ray Gibson Show, 93.3, The Point, Facebook, whatever. In 9 minutes, it'll be 8 o'clock, 888-8255, 888-TALK is the phone number. I've made reference a couple of times to an editorial contribution from Marvick in a recent edition of what is it, Island Times is the name of that newspaper?
Yes, sir.
Pacific Times.
Pacific Times.
Pacific Times.
Right now.
Bob
I think
Klinsky
it's
writes
Pacific Island Times.
Hold on a second. I might actually have a copy
There
of
it
it in the studio.
There
There it is. Pacific Island Times right there. The May issue, the never-ending abortion debate. And I'm here to tell you that I ended a conversation on the phone yesterday. It was a conversation about, and abortion was the subject, and I said, I'm exhausted by this. It seems like, and again, people call me up, we talk about it on the phone, and I go to my WhatsApp, and there's a thing in there from Pete Scrow, and then I go into my email, and I got all of this stuff from all of the women that I had no idea one way or the other what their politics were and what their thoughts on abortion, and now that's all I hear from them. And And there are times where I go, yeah, I'm not going to think about this for a while. I'm not going to think about this. So I appreciate them acknowledging the never-ending abortion debate, the heartbeat bill, and the conundrum of clashing rights. But I don't know that that's the article that I would be reading here this morning. Every chance to milk the Fed. The consequences of an extended public health emergency are more worrisome than losing SNAP funds. Based on Governor Lulian Guerrero's April directive, Guam remains under public health emergency until May 31st. I'll update that it has been extended until next month for another month. The extended declaration doesn't reflect the crisis that we've come to associate with public health emergency. Now, I read this, and I'm encouraged that somebody is looking in that direction. I'm reminded, though, that the legislature, for all intents and purposes, is useless. I'll use another word, impotent, here when it comes to this. We look up a definition of the public health emergency. This is supposed to be put in place when there is a danger of mass casualties, that there's a danger of a virus that could sweep through this entire community and kill us all. And that's what they sold us on in March of 2020. They said this is going to be, man, it's going to be worse than the Spanish flu. It's going to be like the plague in modern times. And we better start buying refrigerated containers so we got someplace to stack up the bodies. We better start thinking about mass graves. I'm serious. They had conversations.
I remember that,
I've got pictures of people walking around the front yard at Guam Memorial Hospital wondering where would be a good place to stack up a bunch of refrigerated containers for our morgue. That's what they sold us on. And what did we get? Modified, harder core version of the flu. I had it, and it put me down. Oh, boy, I was down for must have been 3 or 4 hours. Thank God for Tylenol and pineapple juice. With a little bit of... Just a little bit. Just a little bit of Malibu pine. Take care of everything. It has nothing to do with a public health emergency, and more of a financial strategy to further milk the feds. In 2021, the governor came under fire for saying her administration was milking concessions from the federal government in exchange for hosting the COVID-stricken USS Theodore Roosevelt. So we're milking it, she said. We're milking it very hard. And I became upset about that because I was my whole thing. Mine's got a visual. Man. But my whole thing about that was the USS Roosevelt was here on board our many Chamorro men and women. Those are our kids, and those are their war buddies. And if your kid came home and his friend was sick, you'd take care of his friend. That's exactly what we were doing. We tried to get land for a hospital out of that. Were we milking the Fed for everything that they got? Maybe you do, but you never say it out loud. And the governor won't forego any chance. Ending the public health emergency would jeopardize federal funds that Guam has been receiving, the governor said last month in a bid to justify the protraction of her extra powers that have been running for 2 years. The monthly allotments of $2.3 million in SNAP funds are at stake. What is it? 15,000 families. 40,000. And that Jensen kid knows every single one of 40,000 kids at risk of going to sleep with empty bellies.
40,000 milk boxes.
Chris Duenas. How dare you? Republican senators failed to wrangle the Democrats' support to adopt a resolution that would end the island's public health emergency. In scorching remarks during a press conference, the governor said the senators' resolution did not provide an alternative to the $2.3 million in monthly SNAP funds for 15,000 households that Guam might stand to lose. Obtaining increased SNAP funding for Guam is not a political accomplishment that elected leaders can swagger about, especially during an election year. On the contrary, and I love this line here, it is a reflection of their failure to fulfill their campaign promise to raise the quality of life on Guam. That there are so many families that are desperate for additional income because of COVID-19 speaks volumes of the broken promises of economic rebounding, a whole economic revolution that we were supposed to experience. For heaven's sakes, she's a banker. Didn't that mean that everything that she touches, like the Midas touch, was going to turn to gold, and there wouldn't be any families on welfare or on any kind of public assistance? The only crazy aspect of this declaration is that it's like a boy crying wolf, and when there's a true public health emergency, what then do we call it? Dr. Tom Shea writes in a Facebook comment, if the purpose of a public health emergency is to get money, then it should never end. Now, there's more to this. I don't generally read entire editorial deals. Leave that to Bob Klitsky and his Zemi Kutney that he does in the afternoon. But that one there, go and find a copy of the Pacific Island Times and read the rest of it and just nod your head up and down. There are more biting comments in that editorial, but I'll let you have those aha moments when you get a copy of it yourself. If you're on the Point Pandemic chat group on the Messenger, there's a copy there that you can take a look at as well. 7:57 and change. 888-825-888-TALK. Mask mandate lifted indoors and outdoors. Did we find my cousin Uncle Mike Benito?
I've been trying. I've been working on
because I want to find out. This is very important to me. I need to know of all of the places that I can go now where they're not going to even look at me if I'm wearing a mask or not wearing a mask. I need to know that we've hit that moment of normalcy where everything is about as it was before. Public health emergency is going to be going on so they can milk the federal government for some more money that we'll use to get reelected. But everything else, it seems to me that all of the other mandates have gone by the wayside. Business owners out there, I would seriously consider whether you still want to have that sign on the front door that says that no masks, no entry, because I think there are a lot of and we do a lousy job of communicating around here, and the people are already this morning saying, "Man, I'm already seeing a lot of people are still wearing their mask inside there. I guess they didn't know." Yeah, you know what? Not everybody is as plugged into the news and on the radio and whatever as you are. So there are people that haven't got the word that these public health restrictions have in fact been lifted. So we give them a break, or you know what? Tell them. Yeah, remember how many people were telling us that we need to wear a mask? Now we need to be the patrol boys in the store and just go, hey, you don't have to wear that anymore.
Guy.
Just FYI.
Hey, Brett.
Did you know? Did you hear it? The governor made a thing. A little bit later on, 10 o'clock this morning, the governor will have a very special address, a COVID-19 special address. My guess is that they're going to pick it up. You know what? Maybe they didn't. You know why they decided not to do it at 8:30? Because they knew that Brogy Bear was going to be on the radio with me.
Oh, that's right.
They said, "There's no way we can compete with that. Just move it till 10. Move it till 10." And the interview. I got restaurant people coming in as well. Really excited about the prospect of talking about what kind of food we're going to be getting for Mother's Day and Cinco de Mayo and plenty more. So stay close to your radio, play your Facebook Live, your YouTube Live, or whatever, because there's more excitement on the way on the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 KUSG. Again, we are The Point.
I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. House panel investigating the January 6th Capitol riot wants to hear from 3 House Republicans.
The House Select Committee investigating the January 6th Capitol riot is requesting interviews with Republicans Mo Brooks, Andy Biggs, and Ronnie Jackson, all close allies of former President Trump. Letters from committee chair, Democrat Benny Thompson, and vice chair, Republican Liz Cheney, request those meetings with the 3 lawmakers as early as next week. Thompson and Cheney say several members of Congress have information about the facts, circumstances, and causes of January 6th and consider it a patriotic duty for all witnesses to cooperate. In Washington, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
A veteran of the NYPD has been convicted for his role in the Capitol riot. Thomas Webster's case set precedents for being the first defendant tried for assault, as well as the first to use a self-defense argument, claiming he was trying to protect himself from a D.C. Metro officer. That officer said he didn't start the altercation between them. The first civilians evacuated from the steel plant that's become the last stronghold of Ukrainian fighters in Mariupol are slowly making their way to safety.
Neither the UN nor the Red Cross, who are conducting those humanitarian corridors that began yesterday, have told us how many have gotten out today. This after President Zelensky announced yesterday that 100 civilians had gotten out, mostly women and children. They got out of that Azov steel plant where people were trapped for weeks, cut off for food, water, and medicine, some saying they hadn't seen daylight for a month.
Fox's Griff Jenkins in Kyiv. This is a senior U.S. official, says the U.S. believes Russia is planning this month to annex large portions of eastern Ukraine and recognize the southern city of Kherson as an independent republic. Wall Street, the Dow added 84, the NASDAQ plus 201. America's listening to Fox News.
Howdy, folks. KFC's Colonel Sanders here. I'm excited to announce 3 of my favorite flavors come together: honey, garlic, and butter. And we're putting them on my delicious KFC Extra Crispy Chicken for a limited time. Grab a bucket for the family or try them on my chicken strips. The new honey garlic butter chicken is now available at your favorite KFC location. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
We're already Pika's best radio station, but we're always looking for ways to be even better. Announcing The Point on Alexa. In addition to our FM and HD radio feeds, our incredible app, informative website, Facebook Live, and YouTube Live, you can now tell Alexa to stream The Point. And your smart speaker will start playing whatever we're saying. News and views 24/7 with your 4-word command. Alexa, stream The Point.
The number of carjackings is going up, and authorities say juveniles are often the suspects.
Chicago police report almost 560 carjackings throughout the city so far this year, with 56% of suspects juveniles. And the problem is not just isolated to Chicago.
I fear that we will be here in this horrible place again.
New Orleans prosecutor Jason Williams recently charging a 17-year-old boy, a 16-year-old girl, and 2 15-year-old girls in the carjacking death of a 73-year-old woman in the city of Minneapolis. Seeing triple the number of carjackings, and suspects arrested are often between the ages of 11 and 17. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
The Supreme Court has unanimously ruled that the city of Boston violated free speech rights of a conservative activist when it refused to fly a Christian flag on a flagpole outside City Hall. The merger between JetBlue and Spirit Airlines looked like it's dead.
JetBlue Airways' offer for Spirit Airlines has been rejected by the Spirit board. The concern is that a deal might not make it past regulators. Spirit is sticking with its plans to merge with Frontier Group Holdings. JetBlue had offered to pay $2.9 billion in shed assets and even to pay a $200 million breakup fee if the deal wasn't completed because of antitrust reasons. The Justice Department is already challenging JetBlue's alliance with American Airlines in New York and Boston. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
Google says it's increased the number of options to keep personal information from appearing in online searches. It'll now allow people to ask that their information like phone numbers, email addresses, and home addresses be eliminated from online search results. The new policy also allows people to remove other information that may put them at risk for identity theft. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off a day, it's 8:06. I'm Ana Silva Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. If you haven't heard already, the governor's mask mandate has been lifted. That as of midnight this morning. The mandate lifted after the island was able to maintain the low-risk status with the CDC for the last month. The governor stated in her executive order that she signed yesterday that through the hard work of our frontliners and essential workers and, of course, the patience and diligence of our community, we have reached our goal. The governor saying wearing masks in public shall be optional, but certain businesses will be still allowed to require the mask if they choose so. The Department of Education has said that the face masks are now optional for students and school staff for indoors and outdoors, including sports activities. GRMC also announced that it would maintain its mask requirement for patients, staff, and visitors. No word from GMH, though, if that policy will be maintained. And while the COVID restriction was lifted, the governor has extended the public health emergency. She said in her executive order that the island needs to ensure the continuity of operations and services that the community has come to rely on. The administration did state in the media that the island will move to a COVID recovery mode as opposed to the COVID response mode. There's a new plea deal being offered a 20-year-old man who was charged in the death of an elderly woman back in 2020. Jeremy Janelle Alvarez facing charges of murder, aggravated murder, and aggravated assault. Each charge includes a special allegation of possession and use of a deadly weapon in the commission of a felony. The parties awaiting the results of a DNA test that was conducted by the FBI. Alvarez, according to the Guam Daily Post, is scheduled to be back in court on June 23rd. Meanwhile, from the Post as well, a 59-year-old man was arrested after he was accused of sexually assaulting a woman a couple of times at her workplace. According to the court documents, the victim told police that the suspect sexually assaulted her while she was at work. Jerry Michael Paulino was charged with criminal sexual conduct as a first-degree felony. Well, more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
A man charged years ago for the murder of his wife has been denied once again his request for parole. Anthony M. Duenas every year takes his plea to the board, and as part of their yearly effort to fight this request, relatives of his victim, Melissa Kanata, have petitioned and have protested his release. Duenas was sentenced to life in prison for shooting his wife to death in July of 1984. Again, the parole board has denied his request for parole this year. Senator Clint Rigel has confirmed with the Guam Daily Post that he won't be seeking another term with the Guam legislature. Rigel, who's championed the legalization of recreational marijuana in Guam, confirmed for the Post that it's time for him to focus on his family. There have been several others who recently picked up packets but have yet to file those packets with the Election Commission. That includes businessman John Ananich and the director of the Hagutnya Restoration Redevelopment Authority, Lacia Casil, both seeking seats in the 37th Guam legislature. 4 of the candidates that have picked up packets with the Election Commission, only 4 have filed their candidacy of making their run official. And the Guam Election Commission has said that it intends to award office space at the Westin Resort Guam in Tumon as a site for early voting in this year's primary and general election. The primary, scheduled for July 28th, it's the first day for early voting. The GEC says this space at the Westin will be used from July 1st through November 30th for both the primary and the general. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
They got a bar. They got a lobby bar there, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. That's all I needed to know.
That's the first thing they put in, Ray.
Really, no. There has to, that has to be a factor. If I was making the decision, that would have to be the factor. I'm not saying that I'd just go and vote and drink. I would drink first and then vote, because I think I'd need to have a couple of belts under me as I go through.
The courage.
This is what I'm afraid of. This is what I'm afraid of, guys. 811, I'm afraid that we're going to be in 115 days from now, election time. All of the people that picked up their packets and all of the people that have decided they're running or not running, I worry that even after all of that is said and done, I'm still going to struggle to find a number of people that I'm willing to give up my one. I only humbly ask for your one vote, just one little carve-out vote for me. That's there might only be about a half a dozen people, if half a dozen people that I will vote for. So if I tell you what, if I was running for office, I would encourage people, come and see me. Let's have a drink first, and then don't forget to vote for me when you're going. I'll buy you. We'll do Jameson shots.
Yeah.
We'll do Jameson. Jameson shots will give you the courage that you need to go and vote, right? Because I know it gives people the courage to want to fight cops. So I'm just saying. So Jameson shot or 2 or 7, and then go and vote over at the Westin. Now I know at the mall you can get a drink, right? You can go Sushi Rock. They got beer over at Sushi Rock. Denny's still they'll give you a beer over there, right?
Yes,
But that's it. Do they have any places in the food court where they sell beer?
I don't think
Mona, do they have any places in the food court at the Micronesian Mall?
I don't.
Where you can get
Maybe
a cold
the
beer?
Korean restaurant?
I don't know. I honestly don't know off the top of my
there,
head.
yeah, but that's
Maybe at the Korean restaurant, or even the
that's
pepper,
not the court though.
Pepper steak, the pepper lunch.
pepper something, yeah.
Renee, I know you're listening. Renee, secret conversation.
ABC store?
I know you're listening, and I'd like to know. Well, yeah, but I mean, can you you buy it at the ABC store? But it's not like you can walk around and drink it, right?
I don't think so. I actually was looking for beer because I went to Sing's place over the weekend.
Yeah. Yes.
And I was thinking that was Bud Light in their cooler, but it was Pepsi. It's like I was really bummed out.
It's major disappointment.
Because, what's curry without your beer,
You're going to have to start walking around with a flask. 8:13 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. All right, here it comes the weather for today. Mostly sunny and highs near 87 degrees. You know what? This is perfect weather to erect political signs. Just saying, guys. Perfect time to do this. Winds east 10 to 15 miles an hour. Watch out for gusts as high as 18. Scattered showers in the forecast for tonight, mainly after midnight. Expect mostly cloudy skies. After that is where overnight lows should be about 78 degrees. Partly sunny tomorrow, partly cloudy tomorrow night. Sunset will be at 6:37. Hashtag tell the others. There's news and weather together. This is The Point.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
What happened? 8:14 in the morning. Portions of the program brought to you by APL. That's American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Coconut Wireless is back.
Yeah.
The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Or don't. Or don't. Yeah. I'm good. 888-8255, as the man says. See, I told you he was listening. Wait first. Renee's smiling. He says, Cube. At food court, I saw beer in their menu. And then he gives me a smiley face emoji. Okay, Renee, now you don't work for me. You don't take orders from me. But as a favor, because I know you're going to be there all day today, as a favor, could you just walk around the mall and send me pictures of all the places that sell beer? Again, this is an offshoot of a conversation I was having with myself earlier. Guam Election Commission got 3 notices of interest on where they're going to be putting their early voting kind of drive-through. You might remember doing it like 18 times in the last election. We did we had the 2 regular, the general, the primary, and then the runoff a little bit later on, and so a lot of people kind of got used to the idea of just cruising around Agana in that one spot in front of the GCIC building, and they put up these beautiful tents to allow for people to go and do the drive-through, and then of course we've got the masks and the mitigation and all the things that they needed to do because whatever COVID-19. Now they want to replicate that. They're not at the GCIC building anymore, so they're like, okay, well where can we go around here where we can do this? And they need a certain number of square footage. They like to have access to a vault on the inside, and if it was me, I would have said yeah, and somebody that's got an ABC license somewhere within walking distance, because I think it's it's vital. And I know that you can get a beer at the mall. I just didn't know how many places there are. Like a GPO food court, right? And there's a special section there just for daytime drinkers like me.
Yes, there is.
You
You got to
know?
use. There's an app for that, Ray.
There is an app for that.
It shows you all the beer places.
8:17
closest to
in the
you.
morning. We need that. We need that. 888-8255, 888-TALK. Okay, now some people are going to say that's kind of gruesome, Ray. What's going on? So I'm only just getting some information about this now, but apparently the Lake Mead, where in Vegas,
Yeah.
with the big dam and everything.
Okay.
There's not enough water, so they have to get water from deeper inside that little lake that they built, the artificial lake that they built, and some parts are drying up, and they're drying up enough now so that it is showing evidence of criminal activity that has taken place. That's a drum with a body inside of it.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It's mafia stuff, Ray.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nobody wanted to
It's
dig.
old. It's from the past. man.
Nobody wanted to dig a hole in the desert like you're supposed to do in Breaking Bad. So what they decided to do was just stuff somebody inside of an oil drum and stick it into the lake. And now it is drying up. And images like this are beginning to pop up all over the place. 8:18 in the morning. Absolutely fascinating. You've got the telephone number. Don't be shy about using it. Cousin Troy on the line from Candid News. Buenos Zen Hafade, Candid.
Good morning, my most favoriteest, most beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world.
Good morning, my favoriteest and most beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world.
Absolutely awesome hearing from you.
Yeah, it's been a while. Man, your show's been congested.
Yeah, but you know, I always want to be able to make time for you because, like, you're at the beginning, at the forefront of so many incredible stories that are out there. And among the things that we get to talk about and cover one way or the other is I think things are going to get really, really exciting. I think Agana is going to blow up tomorrow between 1 and 5, and then again between 6 and 10 over at the legislature for just the Wednesday version of the public hearings that they're going to have on the heartbeat bill, bro.
Oh, is that tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
I guess we'll be covering that.
What's that?
We'll be covering that, yeah.
Well, I'm kind of looking. I'm wondering if this is going to be, to what degree will be some histrionics. Obviously, in an issue as emotional as this one can be, I'm wondering which side is going to, chain themselves together to the doors of the legislature.
I've been seeing the correspondence Pete Scrooge been sending out, and I really wish like the tenor of the conversation would remain that way. Just matter-of-factly, courteously. And I've heard Bob Kutzke and Jose talking about their point of view in the afternoon show, and it's just, matter-of-fact, calm, and, I can get with that. And I'm not saying, I'm sure that there are people on the pro-choice side who also have a way of discussing these things matter-of-factly with their opinions and all that, but more often than not, you see things getting out of control, and that's pretty unfortunate.
Well, as I said, I'm wondering if it's going to happen. We've got multiple opportunities over a couple of days. Wednesday, twice. What is it? 3-hour versions of it. Longer than that. 1 to 4, 1 to 5, and then again from 6 until 10 on Wednesday. And I think they're doing it again on Friday, right? I think there are multiple versions of this that you'll be able to plug into. So we've got the first ones that are going to be taking place tomorrow. So I don't know. There's not going to be any parking in Agana tomorrow because we've got these public hearings, number one, and we've got the, Wednesday night market coming back, cuz.
Oh, yeah. That's pretty cool. I'm not going, but that's pretty cool.
So there's a total of 4 of those public hearings, 2 on Wednesday and then 2 on Friday.
Okay. But Cinco de Mayo is Thursday?
Wednesday and Friday.
Mana's with me. I think Mana's with me on the, even though like these restrictions are being lifted, it doesn't mean that we have to be next to people.
I know.
Keep our distance.
Away from afar.
Yeah, cover this like from the house. Is there a way that we can do this? Obviously, everybody's going to be covering this the live one way or the other.
Well, when you go to these things, that one thing you do have to anticipate is the long lines. And if you didn't think they were long before, they're really long now.
Well, I guess one of the reasons why they want people to, make appointments for their testimony at the legislature, so you can narrow it down to say
what are we talking about? Night market or the public hearing? Sorry,
wait a second. I was still talking about the public hearing.
I'm back in the night market.
The long lines over at the night market.
Yeah.
I had followed on to the night market as well.
Okay. All right. I don't
left
know where
you
my.
behind.
I don't know where. And then somebody mentioned something about mask mandate, and that got me because that's exactly what I'm looking at on Candid News. You hit the breaking news button last night when they finally got around to sending the executive order out that does one of two things. One of them is to lift the indoor mask mandate, but the other one is to extend this public health emergency out for another month, because clearly, if you look around, my God, we're in a public health emergency. People are falling down left and right and coughing up blood because they've got COVID-19, right?
Yeah. Well, that's what's been happening.
So clearly we've got to do something about this incredible threat to public health. Oh, wait a second. No, it has everything to do with being able to preserve the unfettered spending of additional federal dollars.
Yeah. Well, they made that clear, right, at the committee of the whole thing.
Abundantly, but as I said, there's, let's take a look. They never did show, Chris, the magic paper that said if we ended the public health emergency on Guam, then we would lose access to this $2.3 million a month in the SNAP program. Did you ever see that magic paper?
I've asked for documentation as well, and I've never received it.
I don't think Chris Duenas has ever gotten it either. So, they continue to be able to do this little kabuki dance with the federal dollars and holding out the livelihoods of 15,000 families, Cousin Troy.
I was suspicious of it from the moment Senator Duenas sent forward that executive order from Governor what's-his-name in Hawaii.
Mm-hmm.
I thought, well, if he can do it, why the hell can't we do that? So
they got special brains in Hawaii that we don't apparently share. 8:23 in the morning. The public health mandate, the lifting of the mask restrictions, and I'm sure that everywhere we go, we're still going to see people that, out of an abundance of caution or whatever, are going to be wearing masks today. Try not to give them too much of a hard time. We need to pivot real quick to what's happening up in the NMI. A couple of I hear great things coming out of there, and then we go back to the story about the governor who, in today's Guam Daily Post, makes the argument he's looking forward to being acquitted here sometime soon. And I'm going to admit to you that I've taken my eyes off that story in the last week or so. What's the latest on it?
We don't get invited to any of Governor Torres' press conferences or media events, so I don't know. I didn't get that story. But, I mean, really, it's just noise. That's just what any defendant would say, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, of course. I look forward to an investigation. Therese said that over at Mental Health, right? When they accused folks over there of violating the Hatch Act.
Yeah, I really hope a real investigation is done with that, by the way.
All right.
Because there are rank and file employees who this is happening to, and they deserve to be freed from the bondages of these political games.
I did not have a chance to read up on your editorial, Expose Abuse of Power.
Yeah, it's really just about what we all know is going on, the climate of fear that exists, the threat that if you don't support this team or that team, how the incumbency always has a way of, and really any incumbent, and even all the previous, at least the previous administration that I worked for, if you don't toe the line in certain ways, you get in trouble. There are consequences. Those are the sort of, but it just seems pretty bad right now. Like, I was commenting to a couple of people, I think that I thought that there were things that Governor Eddie Cowell's administration did that, I wasn't, that were bad. They were corrupt, right? But I don't ever remember in the Cowell administration the political people at the top ever being able to reach into the rank and file and threaten rank and file employees. It was sort of like a sacred cow.
Yeah.
You never touch the rank and file. You leave them alone, let them do their jobs. The political people are who you expect to buy the fundraising tickets and go to the pocket meetings and things like that. And it was just sort of an unspoken rule or an unwritten rule that don't touch the rank and file.
Lay off the classified.
Yeah. And I'm sure that was there were directors who deviated from that. Matter of fact, I can think of a couple who got in trouble because they tried to sell rank and file employees fundraising tickets, and that was very quickly taken care of.
Your thoughts on the what has just got to be referred to now as a debacle in the Democrat Party, asking for that closed primary?
Well, I've come to believe that they made that decision in haste, that they were rushing because of something. My guess is, and I heard I don't know how true it is, but I heard that a poll from the Lou and Josh campaign itself came out sometime recently showing that Mike Nicholas was 22 points ahead of them. And so I don't know if that's, what precipitated the decision by the Democrats to say, hey, look, our girl's not going to win this primary. We got to do something to make sure that she does.
Yeah. Because you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose in your primary, one-term governor, and then you have to sit around for the next 7 months until somebody else's inauguration.
Yeah, and then you have to go to his actual inauguration. That's got to change a little. But they probably thought that they had a solution. They're like, oh, it's legally sound. This is what you're supposed to do. People are going to support us. It's just a primary. Blah blah blah. Then it blew up in their faces. They're going to have to do an about face on this thing. But then my next thoughts are the damage is done. You've already confused voters. How is...
Well, I think the damage is already done. They showed, we have a phrase that I use sparingly, but they showed their ass. And one of the things that they showed in addition to that was, number one, we're not above manipulating this election as Democrats have manipulated stateside elections. We're not above manipulating this one, number one. Number two, we're desperate. I mean, that was a Hail Mary pass.
Yeah, it was someone, an old member of the Democrat CEC told me it was a nuclear option. And even
yeah, I tell you what, those old members have been literally old from a long time ago and older. Maybe they need to bring some of these folks back into the fold and provide these young and some sound advice on how to keep things moving. Hey, listen, I got to run. I got Jimmy Craig on the other line. We'll be looking for your coverage, all kinds of stuff here as we make our way into the middle of the week. All right. Shoot. That's the way boys say that. Shoot. And we got a couple of minutes that I can spend with Jimmy Craig before we get into news and headlines today. Good morning, Senator Moylan. How you doing?
Oh, it's a beautiful sunny day. I'm doing great. Thanks, Rick. Good morning.
Are you at least a little bit alarmed that Clint Rogel is not going to be coming back to the 37th Guam legislature? Is that bothering you at all?
I enjoy working with the senator. And, in fact, we just had a public hearing under his committee on regarding a bill of mine for an extension on the QC program to include renovations on hotels for economic development. So it's a good experience working with the senator. And things could change down the line. We'll see how things go.
Well, that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. Just make some noise for this because I think it's an important thing. I was very, very delighted when I saw then Senator Rodriguez, put this bill together. At the time, we needed a whole lot more by way of new hotel rooms. We needed new hotel rooms. We needed the hotel rooms that we already had to get refurbed and put kind of a new shine on the hospitality industry here on Guam. Fast forward a few years, we've got COVID-19. Some businesses did, some businesses didn't, and some need additional time. So there is going to be an extension of that special QC.
Yes, that part of the bill did pass previously, and so happy with that. But now what we're also doing is including the renovations on existing hotels, that especially those that are just sitting there and not generating any revenue. And QCs are, we're not giving away the kitchen sink, but what we're really doing is stirring economic development, creating jobs, circulating money within the economy, and also getting prepared as, with the announcement for the governor today on reducing, again, more restrictions on our situation. And so eventually our tourists will come back, but we need to be ready. And we're hoping for, what do you call it, a different type of customers, attracting more customers, but of course those that will, hopefully spend a little bit more. And how do you do that? Especially when we're competing across Asia for this market as well. And they're giving incentives for investors to come into their countries too, Taiwan, Thailand, and so forth, to come on over to and invest in their countries to create jobs too across the globe, right? So how do we compete? And this is a good bill that came across, and we had the public hearing. So hopefully we can get it on the session floor. If not next month, certainly thereafter before this term ends.
All right. Well, 8:32. It was nice seeing you last week over at the chamber get together, and hope that the things move and move a little bit faster in the direction that they want to take things. You get to walk around that and say, yeah, I put in a bill for that, and I put in a bill for that, and I put in a bill for that as well. So hopefully some of your other colleagues will try to see the light between here and the election. As was pointed out, it's a little bit easier to get the attention from politicians during an election year. So as Lou would say, milk that, Jimmy, milk it.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. But what I really like to do is just have a pre-birthday party with you, and that would be so much fun, too.
I'm celebrating all month long. All I got to do is find me.
All right. The feeler is out. I'm going to find you and take you away just for a little bit, and let's enjoy our company.
I'm thinking Carabao. I'm probably going to be over at Carabao after some running around today. So just FYI, I'll beep you when I know where I'm at.
Thank you.
All right, buddy. Senator Jimmy Craig Moreland with me on the radio. A couple of things that I wanted to help him get out there is the special QC on renovations. We are seeing some hotels. And I can hardly wait for the next time I get to hang out over at the Hyatt to see what new upgrades they have made there. Also, can't wait to see what the upgrades are over at the Crown. I have it from a source that the Crown is going to be ready to start opening their doors and inviting folks to come in and do staycations on what has got to be, at least in my mind, one of the best beach fronts of all time.
Okay, which one is that again?
That's the Old Fiesta.
Okay, yeah.
Is going to be the Crown, and you know that whole kind of front yard area that they've got there. I want it to, I want it to be different, but I also kind of want it to be same. So I'm looking forward to seeing what it is that they're going to be doing down there. I had the opportunity to stay at Tsubaki Tower not that long ago, and I love the hotel, love the appointments, but the thing is you can't just go down to the beach, because there's not really a beach over at the Tsubaki. We got a nice pool, but after everybody has woken up and had their breakfast, the pool gets really crowded. And I said, where's the beach? And they said, you have to go to the one over at the Nico. And I'm like, no, it's okay. So I'm looking forward to goofing off over at the Crown, wake up, get myself a fancy breakfast, and then go spend the entire day on the grass out in the front yard. 8:35 in the morning. Monticello Tyrant has got that last big look at news and headlines. That's coming up next. On the other side of that, an opportunity for you and I to sit down and learn a little bit more about a lady named Brogan Walker. And they've sent me, this is fun, they sent me talking points, Real Joe. What do you think? Yeah. So I'll go through some of this stuff. Just because they took the time to write stuff down. But I will go through it, and then I'll do the interview the way Ray Gibson does interviews. It's 8:35. News is next.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarty Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Hafa-day, Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
It's 8:35. How will we know the mask mandate has truly been lifted? Want to set up an interview with Berg?
Oh, you're going to start fires now.
Yeah. Set up an interview with Berg and see if he comes in with a mask on. If he's still got to toe the company line, set up another interview with Chanel and see if she comes in with a mask. Even though I've told him over and over and over, there's no masks required here in this facility. Yeah, but I work at Public Health or I'm with the Physicians Advisory Group. I kind of have to. 8:36 now, and time for our last look at big news and headlines with the very busy Mana Silva Tyrant.
I'm so busy.
Mana, what happened?
Well, the governor yesterday had an executive order that she signed that rescinded the mask requirement after 2 years of having that in place. And then she'll have a press briefing this morning or an announcement where she will discuss how they will plan to move forward. The administration says that the speech will also be about truly transitioning from COVID response to COVID recovery. According to the governor's spokeswoman, it was scheduled for 8:30 this morning, but we're told it's going to be at 9 o'clock instead. 10 o'clock instead. The Department of Education, meanwhile, says that the face masks are now optional for schools indoors and outdoors. It will be also optional for sporting events as well. GRMC announced that it would maintain its mask requirement for patient, staff, and visitors, and the same will be applied at the Guam Memorial Hospital. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
All right, thanks very much, 837. And taking a look at Facebook, the Guam Daily Post and their write-up on COVID-19 and the lifting of the mask mandate. And as you might expect, there's a bunch of people saying, yay, or it's about time, or if we're lifting this, why is there still a public health emergency? I'm a little bit fuzzy on the logic that goes into the thinking, but none of it's made sense for the last 2 years, so why would it start making sense now? And then there are the people who are disappointed that there's a lifting of the mask mandate. Irene writes, mask, my life until this virus is completely gone from the earth. The virus is never going to be gone from the earth, just like many other viruses are something that we've just come to learn to live with. JB says that's the beauty of living in America, the freedom of choice. Marilee says, oh, yeah, now sit back and watch the cases go up. Just watch. Yeah, people will be bleeding from their eyeballs now because the mask mandate has been lifted. It's going to be very, very interesting in the next couple of days as people begin to get the word that the mandate has been lifted. It's 8:38 in the morning. If I call her Brogy Bear, is she going to kick my ass?
No.
You sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Can you check on that before? Because I don't want to get like she's going to get in the studio. And that's just a nickname I picked up on the YouTube from the YouTube guys. And because it came from the YouTube guys, I'm worried that it might be perceived the wrong way, and she's going to roundhouse kick my head.
Maybe, or choke you. But maybe you might like getting choked.
Stop it. Stop it. Let me just awkward moment. My sister's still in the room. It's 8:39 on the Ray Gibson Show. I'll be right back.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military, and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Yeah, 20 away from 9 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show. We're working till 10. I'm sorry. I'm digging a little bit deeper in some of the comments here. Bernie writes, I should hope food service workers remain with masks and gloves, at least while handling the food. Just saying. And the response from Pepper is, stay home and eat. Just stay home and eat. Never mind. There's no longer any states requiring people generally to wear masks in public places. Several states still mandate masking for most people in certain high-risk settings, healthcare and long-term care facilities. But the waitress at Mosa's doesn't need to wear the mask anymore. The customers don't need to wear the mask anymore. And let's hope that we get past this nonsense as quickly as possible. In 19 minutes, it'll be 9 o'clock in the morning. And I got a request yesterday, kind of urgent. Hey, Brogan is wants to go on the radio with you. Can we do that tomorrow? I'm like, yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. Absolutely. Happy to do that. Give me an opportunity to press some buttons here and make sure that we are all in the right place. Welcome to the program. It says Montesilva Tyrant, but that's not correct. The name is Brogan Walker. Welcome to the show.
It's me, half a day.
Move again very close to the microphone.
Okay, here we
You got
go.
a lovely face and a lovely voice, and I want to make sure that everybody gets a chance
It's all right.
to hear about all of that. So you and I have met before, haven't we?
We have.
Over
You
at
and I have
Moses,
the
right?
same hangout spot.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, and they're one of your sponsors, right?
They are
Okay,
one of
wait,
my
wait.
original sponsors.
They're your original.
I don't know how to work this.
That's okay. Wait a second. Now
Like
I've
this?
screwed the thing up now. And now there.
Fired.
Okay, good enough.
Yeah, just punch him.
Don't touch it. Don't touch it
anything,
anymore.
Brogan.
Okay, got it. Yeah, we got the same hangouts, some of the same friends. But so little that I know about you. I'm going to start off the conversation. I'm so glad they gave me talking points because I don't know too much about ultimate fighting and mixed martial arts and the difference between jiu-jitsu and judo and karate. No, Joe knows this about me.
He's dying in there.
But it's one of those. I just don't. I don't have the knowledge.
I'm happy
of that.
to share.
All right. Well,
ask away.
Okay. Well. Okay. So. First of all, the reason why you're here is because you were invited to and are going to be featured on The Ultimate Fighter, which is a TV reality show.
It is.
Okay. Now, here's what I know about those things is generally they don't want you to talk about the shows or a whole lot of these. They don't want you to give up too many, in fact, any plot points. What you can say, my understanding is that I was on the TV show.
Right. There are some things that we could talk about today. I did have to sign an NDA. As well as my family members, that are in the loop with me. But it does premiere tomorrow, so
Viewing party,
right on the cusp there. Yeah.
Viewing party. Are we gonna? Where are we watching it as? Most is gonna get. They got a lot of big screens there.
We were thinking about that. It is kind of tricky with all of the rights with where it's going to be showing.
Ooh.
So yeah, it's going to be showing on Hulu and ESPN Plus.
Okay.
And I'm just going to be getting together with my coach and my teammates, and just watch it together.
So with the Hulu, that's on demand. So
Right.
as soon as it's available, as soon as they post it up there, I should be able to watch it at my own leisure and see what's going on.
Yep, and that'll be tomorrow, 11 a.m. our time.
Is there crying? Are there any moments in there where they're like emotional and there's tears?
So I know you said you don't know me too much, but if you know me, there was crying. Something's wrong with my emotional wires. So like if I'm happy, I cry. If I'm angry, I cry. And the only time I don't cry is when I'm sad.
So there's so much that we get to learn about this. So the Ultimate Fighter. Now you know where you'd be able to find the show. Are you in all of the season? Does it break down like a season?
So a little bit of the background of how it works is I was selected to be on this show out of, my manager's telling me it was like 1,000 or some girls. And the way that it works is we turn in our applications.
Yeah.
The producers go through those, see who's kind of both got the experience and also the personality to be on the show because it is a show.
Well, then you clearly have a personality.
Yeah, I was actually very surprised at the selection process. Like a lot of girls were highly qualified, but just didn't make the cut. So I really, I'm proud of
Were they qualified in terms of their fighting skills and
Correct.
experience? Okay.
Correct. Yeah, very highly qualified. Yeah.
But they didn't have the bubbly.
Yeah, I kind of
Rogie
lucked
Bear
out. I
thing.
got both.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, so the way that it works is this season was both male and female. So we had 8 women's flyweights and we had 8 men's heavyweights. And all 16 of us stayed in a house together in Las Vegas.
Uh-huh.
And we compete against each other. Every week somebody gets eliminated. And then the finalists will be in the finale.
Okay, this is the part where I've got questions in my head, but I know you. I'm sorry, that's
Ask
confidential. What? No, like, do you get eliminated?
Oh, do I get eliminated? You're gonna have
See
to
now
watch.
that was one of the questions in there.
Yeah, it's no spoiler alerts. So
Okay.
there is some things that I can talk about as far as my experience. Just saying that alone, living with 16 people that I don't know.
No.
It was an emotional roller coaster. And then this being
Are there times where they'll set up conflicts on purpose and you got to deal with it?
Oh, absolutely. And I'm the type of person to avoid conflict, and so they kind of had to chase me down and like interview me and kind of poke the bear,
Right. So they get the appropriate level of conflict.
Right. So I'm pretty easygoing. I think the most drama that I got into was just people not doing their dishes or taking out the trash. Like, it got on my last nerves. So that's gonna be my episode. Me complaining about chores.
Who took my drink? I put my drink in the refrigerator and somebody moved who's touching my stuff?
Yeah, I just organized the fridge, you guys.
I'm from Guam. Did that come up? I mean, we think about
every day.
Every day.
Every day it came up. They were calling me Guam girl. I was teaching them Chamorro. I cooked, I barbecued, I cooked Tinactac.
What words did you teach them in Chamorro?
All of them.
All of
the good
them.
Ones,
Did you teach all the good swear words? Body parts? Food?
I know a lot of martial arts, like domo and all that kind of stuff. So we were talking like that.
Okay. All right. 16 other people. Lifelong friends, though, now, right?
My team and I are very tight. We're talking about a reunion already. It being... I guess going through that experience for the first time ever, I've been in the game for a long time, but going through that experience without my coaches, without my teammates, like not even able to, FaceTime them and say what's up or have that preparation, like mentally, just doing it on my own was a scary thing. But I made friends with my teammates and my coaches were amazing. I really lucked out on the team that I got, so you guys can find out tomorrow what team I'm on. The coaches were Amanda Nunes and Juliana Pena.
Real Joe, these are famous people in the mixed martial arts community, correct?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Amanda Nunes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You say that like
yes.
No, she's a killer.
Like eye candy?
No, she could hurt both of us.
Amanda's the GOAT. She is the greatest of all.
She was the champ.
She doesn't get enough. She doesn't get enough credit, honestly.
I think about this at kind of a blind spot. I'm not really good at sports.
No
I know I like to watch stuff and everything. So filming in Vegas. Number one, lots of Chamorros in Vegas. Number two, does Vegas play a role in this reality show?
Not
because there's
at all. So we are cut off from.
Oh, it was just filmed there, but you didn't actually get to do anything?
Not a damn thing but train and compete.
That's terrible. There's so much to do in Vegas.
Yeah, but like I said, this was the biggest, one of the biggest opportunities of my life. So it was nice to be cut off, not have my phone, not have a lot of things, a lot of distractions. All my downtime was spent doing the things I'm supposed to do, meal prepping, mentally prepping, getting good rest in, just making sure everything runs smooth,
Well, let's back up a little bit. You're born and raised on Guam? Just raised? Only raised here?
I grew up here a little.
Well, that's good enough.
I was born in Newport Beach, California.
Okay.
And I moved to Guam in 2012.
You've been here long enough.
I have. Poksai Familian.
There we go.
For sure.
Oh, my God, the fish hook.
I graduated from the University of Guam, and I taught at Gani Heights Elementary.
Gani Heights Elementary,
the best school on Guam.
home of the
Bumblebees.
It is the best school on Guam. I know from experience about this, where people would they like, we've got a cousin that lives in Gani Heights. I'm going to use that as my address, so my kid.
I got my cousin.
so my kid can go to Gani Heights Elementary.
Absolutely.
There were people that were faking their city, their village of origin.
Oh yeah, we get that a lot.
So what's your origin story though? I mean, what was it? One day you said, you know what? I'm going to go and I'm going to put a gi on, and I've worn a gi in my life, and I'm here to tell you the most uncomfortable clothes there are in the history of clothes. It's like
no, they're like PJs.
There's like wearing 3 or 4 layers of jeans, and let's go and practice in a hot gym and do all of this other stuff. So what got you started on that path?
So I've actually I'm a lifelong martial artist. I started pretty young, like a little teeny bopper. I started off in karate, and before that I played soccer since I was really little. And when I got into karate, I was like, oh, okay, this is the one. This is what I want to do. I like hitting people. This is awesome, right? But karate is like real light contact. It's like point sparring. So after I dipped my feet in there, I started training Muay Thai. And Muay Thai is traditional Thai kickboxing. We use knees, elbows, and all of that. So I started my amateur career just like fresh out of high school. I was like, I'm ready. I started in the Muay Thai circuit in SoCal, and from there I met my ex Mike, and he was already a purple belt, and we kind of switched arts. So I was a striker, he was a grappler, and we just started teaching each other, and that's kind of how it turned from just striking to like MMA, and we just both kind of fell in love. We kept going with all of the, training and everything. When we moved to Guam, I started getting serious about my jiu-jitsu. I started competing here and in Japan, flying back and forth to compete.
And so that's kind of an interesting thing in my head when I start thinking about this, where we've got guys and girls, obviously, here on Guam, that have found, the right houses, the right, groups to hang with, the right team to hang with. And then become competitive, not just here on Guam, but regionally. Oh, yeah. And now you're going to be in this television show that was taped in the States.
I know you're, surprised, but really there's a lot of us, Francesca Lizama, she just graduated high school, but she's going to be going, and this won't be her first rodeo, but she's going to the IBJJF Worlds Championship in Los Angeles. So she's getting ready for that right now. A lot of us compete off island and represent Guam.
Is there in talent, we say, okay, well, I've got a talent manager, and this is somebody that's watching my career and lines me up for competitions, or lines me up for TV shows, or lines me up for this, that, or the other. Is it the same thing with you guys in the MMAs, where you've got somebody that says, okay, she's good here, and I need for her to progress, I need her to get into this tournament here?
So you met him.
I did.
Lloyd's
your guy?
He is the man. He puts me out there in the best possible way.
Okay.
I'm not really the type of person to put myself out there, and that's probably a big reason of why I hadn't made it to the big stage yet. I love what I do, and I just enjoy doing it no matter what level I'm at. But I'm kind of just getting to the point, where I'm ready for the big stage, and he's helping me to get to make that step.
How many big stage opportunities are there for you a year?
I started my career with my very first debut in MMA was 2014, and it was with Pacific Extreme Combat.
Okay.
And that was the best platform for me to start with. It's a great promotion. And I got to fight, talent from all over, from Japan, from Korea, from the States, even, people that are still in the circuit with me now. I got a chance to. So really good promotion. From there, I got signed with Invicta, which is a promotion, a women's only promotion owned by the UFC. And again, a lot of talent. I got to grow a lot more as a martial artist with them. And I was looking forward to another fight with Invicta, possibly fighting for a belt. And then the opportunity for The Ultimate Fighter came out.
Right. We're gonna stop. Yeah. Pause. I'm going to do this TV show, and I'm pretty sure I'll be in great shape when I come back for all of the rest of this. What's a big misconception about ultimate fighting and mixed martial arts? What is it that you get all the time from ignorant guys like me?
Man,
and it just
honestly,
kind of makes you roll your eyes. Oh God, here's that question again.
I don't know. I think the biggest thing would probably be just because I'm a teacher. And a lot of people, when they say, oh, you're a fighter, I understand what they mean and their understanding of it. But truthfully, I think the biggest misconception is that I am a martial artist, and way before, all of the fighting happens, there's so much that needs to be in place as a martial artist. Discipline, and just, I could go on for days about, everything that separates us from just being a fighter,
which is probably why I've never gotten into it. I'm not good at self-control and discipline, but I know this about myself. So
and that's really what it is right there. It's just self-awareness.
I appreciate seeing it in other people, right? Yeah. So for me, my sin is running, and I took basically COVID-19.
Yeah, you guys are runners, right?
Yeah, I took COVID-19 off, so I'm getting back into it, and that might be the hardest thing in the world because as I'm sure you are aware, your cardio has no memory whatsoever, and you let that thing down. Oh, it feels like I'm an absolute beginner.
So you said you're just getting back into it.
Yeah. And so that's where I have to exercise the extreme amount of self-control. Do I go to Moses and drink, or do I actually go and run?
It's the hardest one.
So I go and run first, and then go over to Moses and have a drink. We'll take care of the other sponsors before too much longer as well. But when you're as a teacher, and we talk about kids, and this is such an important time for the kids. They're coming out of COVID, and I think there's going to be a lot of kids that are screwed up as a result of COVID-19. I think there were a lot of things that they've had to
truthfully
do without and didn't understand.
Absolutely. Like I said, I taught first grade, and this school year, the students that I started with had never had a normal school year. They
Yes.
were, they were
Yes.
starting school at the beginning of COVID, and there was a lot of staying home, a lot of uncertainty. And I'm sure in every household there was, their own specific problems that everybody was going through, whether it was like financially or vocationally.
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of people, found new and different ways to abuse their bodies and their minds. Mental health issues, substance abuse issues, and things like that these kids would maybe not necessarily have been exposed to had it not been for COVID.
Right.
But like I said,
and we see all those side effects in school.
no,
Absolutely.
so, all right. So here's the connection that I want to make is how do we use martial arts to be able to take these kids and say, okay, this is what you missed, but this is what life and balance are all about.
Oh, this is such an awesome question. Thank you for asking that. It's funny because I was just having dinner with my friend Cece and Sasha last night, and I ran into one of my students, Damien, who I had him last
God, I love
year.
that about teachers. They remember all of their kids' names.
Yeah.
She will know Damien until he's 50.
Oh, yeah. Those are my babies. And I'll specifically remember Damien because I had him during COVID. And this kid, I had to mute his mic all the time.
Oh, my God.
It's just, he just turned on his mic all the time and correct me and all that. But I appreciate the participation.
That is, oh my God, hilarious. Because now you got me thinking about, wait a second, I got a meme from somebody.
Online learning?
Yeah, well, it was from a teacher. And apparently this is, most parents need to send out something. Something like this before the end of the school year. It's a little flower arrangement that says, "Sorry if my kid was a cactus." So I'm not going to say that's Damien.
No, definitely not.
No. Damien is. They made a movie, The Omen, with a kid named Damien in it from Once Upon a Time. So
this Damien is a lot like how I was when I was little, just as a matter of fact, and very But I saw him last night, and he had his little gi pants on at dinner, and I said, "Oh my gosh, you're doing jiu-jitsu?" He said, "Yeah." And he wasn't doing it when I had left for camp, so I think maybe he heard from me, that he saw that I was doing it, and he decided he wanted to do it too. So I have a lot of students who have been jumping in, making the jump, and what I see it do for them, I could be on the show all day and tell you. But really, there's just a lot of lessons that they got to learn. When we all grow up and we have to go to work every day and it's not always the thing we want to do, we have to put things in place in order to find fulfillment in that. Otherwise, it goes on the back burner, and what you're doing just becomes like you're going through the motions.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest thing that jiu-jitsu does for students is it shows them a different lifestyle. It shows them, and the main thing, honestly, is that they have to be interested. So that's why I say at that age, try all the sports,
Everything.
see what you love.
Yeah.
Because what you love, you're going to continue to do, and you're going to grow from that. It doesn't matter if it's martial arts or if it's soccer or if it's swimming or whatever it is, when you love it and you find something that you can push yourself in and you can see progress in, and you get to, it's almost like it's addicting.
Yes,
it's very addicting.
I see that, and you got these kids in there, and they're into the mixed martial arts, into whatever martial arts that they're going to be doing, and then you can see a real pivot in their lives, and it's a pivot that'll take place. You'll be able to see that in their lives at home, and you'll be able to see that in school as well. I think a lot of kids,
for sure,
because all of a sudden they know how to buckle down.
Right, and even those that I'm a first grade teacher, and I can tell you right off the bat that they're not meant to sit there for even 2 hours and just be at their desk. They need to move. They need to move their bodies. They need to sing. They need to dance. All that good stuff. So seeing the ones that particularly struggle with sitting down, doing seat work, doing those kinds of things, seeing them progress and say, "Oh, I'm not, that label, whatever that label is. I'm not lazy. I'm not dumb. I'm not, slow. I just learn differently, and this is what I want to do."
Oh, well, God bless you for recognizing that, because I think that was it's all I mean mine. It is the Ray Gibson Show, right? But for me, that was always the problem. I was always that kid that had a hard time keeping still and keeping my mouth shut, and all of the things that teachers want you to do. And I'm just lucky that I came up in a day and age where they didn't immediately send me to therapy and go talk to somebody and take a pill every day. Thank God I didn't have to do any of that stuff. One of these days I'm gonna have to have you come back back, and we'll go through this talking points that Lloyd put together and try to
We're
stay
hitting
a
a
little bit.
lot of them. We're hitting a lot of them.
Got time to be able to say thanks to the sponsors. We've been talking about Moe's Place for most of the morning because you want to talk about the restaurants. They take such good care of me. I walk in and there's already the cold beer, and they already know that somebody needs to be heating up the Tanatlakutni in the back. I love that about that place. But you've got others. Go ahead. Say thanks.
Well, yeah, Mosa's, man, honestly, and Mo herself, her and I have been doing therapy at one of my other sponsors, Custom Fitness.
Yeah.
We both had a knee injury. So, spoiler alert, I am allowed to say something. I did sustain a pretty serious injury, the first ever injury of my career in the Tough House. I tore my MCL.
Okay.
And so, that's a big part of the show, big turning point.
Sweep the leg. That's how you're going to win.
But the cool part is, by the time the show premieres tomorrow, my knee has already been rehabbed,
Oh, so you're good.
Beautifully strong. Yes, it is probably stronger than before. Thanks to Custom Fitness, thanks to Tassi over there. A couple of my other sponsors are the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Uncle Carl?
Yes.
Uncle Jer?
Yep, yeah. So they recently hopped on board, and I'm just, so happy to represent Guam. You'll see when you watch the show. So I'm really glad to have them on board. Also, Bank of Guam.
Yep.
Really glad to represent again. Fukai and Mosa's have been two of my very day one sponsors.
Yeah.
And as you know, two of my hangout spots. Purebred, my gym, Purebred Jiu-Jitsu has also been a driving force.
Which one is that? Where is that?
Purebred Jiu-Jitsu is in Aganya,
Okay,
next
I know.
to Synergy.
Okay, I know where that is.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's behind my
So this is what I know about that. We're probably going to blow off the news here for a couple of minutes. One of the things that I have noticed, and it's not just at Purebred, there's one over by the W and in Tamuning and in Tumon. As I watch all of these gyms, the doors open up and it's time for class. And what I'm loving is seeing families come in.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Mom and dad, and there's two kids, and everybody goes in and does whatever it is that they're going to be doing, whatever rolling around that they're going to be doing, whatever wrestling or grappling, as you call it, whatever it is that they're going to be doing. But they're doing it as a family. And I'm looking at that going, that's the absolute best thing I mean, because it's true. The family that plays together stays together.
Absolutely. Like I was saying earlier, it's a lifestyle. And when you see your parents doing it, it's priceless. Yeah, it's absolutely priceless.
So Real Joe's too old to get into
not.
no, he's far too old for it. Now you need to. Who's the oldest guy in the game here on Guam? Is there an old guy, old girl? Is there somebody like?
I mean, yeah. I'm not gonna. I don't know. There's a lot of people.
I'm asking you to call out the old guys because I'm an old guy. I got a rep for the old guys, right? So we got people in there in their 50s and their 60s.
Yeah.
And they can still get out there and move.
It's really. I mean, the thing about martial arts is it forces you to know your body. Like you really have to know what your limits are and all of that. And in our gym anyway, we have there's just an unsaid thing where everybody's respectful and we all have jobs outside of jiu-jitsu. We all have stuff to do, so nobody's looking to get injured. Nobody's looking to hurt one another. It's
banghead on purpose. Gotcha. Just after 9 o'clock in the morning, and the delightful lady Brogan Walker, and you'll be able to watch her on ESPN Plus and Hulu. The Ultimate Fighter is the name of the show that you're going to be going for. I do want to get into this, and I hope it's not uncomfortable, but we are in the midst now of a conversation involving a rugby player from Guam High. A biological boy identifies as a girl playing in the rugby leagues, and they're still trying to sort out the beginning and end of all of that.
Right.
Now, to the degree that it is a contact sport, how much intersectional gender fights take place in the world of mixed martial arts? You don't generally play against
you
men.
don't see that happening.
Now, what if it's a guy that identifies as a girl?
Even if I agreed to it, actually, a funny story. When I was growing up, I was like I said, fresh out of high school. I was doing Muay Thai. My name is, it's gender neutral, right? It's both Brogan. I've met guys that are Brogan and girls.
Yep.
So when they matched me up, unknowns to my coach, they paired me up with a guy. And I was like, okay, let's just do it. Whatever. Sure. We'll just do it. We're already here. When we figured it out. And the guy was like, oh, hell no. And his coach was like, oh, hell no. It's just like, no, they said no. So it's just one of those things where, there's a reason not only that we have gender separation, but also weight classes. It's the same thing. It's really for the safety of the athetes and in any sport, inclling mixed martial arts, especially in mixed martial arts.
You said any sport, collegiate level. There's guys that are swimming against women in the pools and breaking records all day and all night. How do you feel as an athlete and as a sport person? How do you feel about transgenders playing in your field?
I would like to say,
or any sport, running.
Right. I would like to say that I do see arguments on both sides. And I see that, when people are making a transition, that they're changing their hormones, they're changing, all things about them. But the fact of the matter is that, let's say you're a man who's transitioning into a woman, you lived your life so far as a man, so your body structure and composition, your bone composition, your muscle mass is that of
all scream
a man.
Out, dude. Yeah,
is that of a man. And even when you start to take hormones and incorporate, there's a time period that nobody's really established yet, and I couldn't tell you what the heck it is. Where that's a big transition.
Well, just simplify this. Would you say it's unfair for a man to compete
Absolutely.
in a women's
for that
sport?
reason specifically? All of my views aside, science says that the composition of a man's body and a woman's body is it's so different. It's nothing against personal choices. It's really just about safety.
It's 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Awesome answer. I think you've put the check on for a lot of listeners and folks that are going to be watching tomorrow when the program debuts. Thanks for coming.
I do have a few more sponsors if you have.
Oh
a moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to I left off on my team, Purebred Jiu-Jitsu, and my coaches. Thank you, Coach Berto. Thank you, Ollie and Dave. Thank you to Steve-O at Silver Lion Athletics, Renaissance Kennels, The Dollhouse, Paradise Fitness, Maximum Consulting. I got Big Fish Creative, GTA, and then I really just want to thank a couple people. First of all, Lloyd Kabuka, John Moffness, Dion Torrey, my coach back in Cali, Batiste Mansouri, Patrick Nkonko, who I've been working with here. I want to thank my huge thank you to my sister Mackenzie and her boyfriend Clay. They've really been holding it down for me. My Sanchez familia, my Cian familia, and my Chargaloff familia.
Got everybody in there?
I think so.
I wanted you to move your
Big
hair
thanks to
because I wanted to see. Yeah, there we go. And the Instagram, that's GVB's deal. Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure that they got the logo placement and everything. After 9 o'clock in the morning. So I tell you what, you're always welcome to come by here. Now you know where the radio station is. You and Lloyd can come by and talk about this. I want to hear more about the teaching and adventures in teaching. As somebody that's now, I mean, what are your kids going to say? They'll look at you. Didn't I just see you on TV? We were just watching you on the show. That's got to be so awesome for them. Thanks so much for coming by the radio station. She's just awesome. I'm going to do some selfies here in just a second, and you guys will, all the guys will just be there jealous. But I will make you feel better. Coming up, we'll talk about food. We've got Cinco de Mayo that's going to be coming up. Mother's Day is coming up, and there's so much that we've got lined up for you, so stay right there.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, Think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Nine 11 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be anymore. And we got all kinds of stuff going on in the studio. It was interesting because at the end of it, right, so Brogan walks out, and here comes Marcus Fong. Marcus is also one of these kind of grappler, belt jiu-jitsu, MMA. You got some of the skills that can do that.
I do that from time to time.
From time to time. You've been known to do that kind of thing. But so you know Brogan?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
All right, groovy.
Yes.
I mean, is the community that small here that everybody kind of knows each other?
Yeah, I think so. Everybody that does it, kind of learns from each other and has respect for each other. There's no real rivalry or anything. So we all appreciate the sport.
Which is incredible. And kudos to her. She found the right people and got herself into a television show that we'll be able to watch tomorrow night. And I think all of the guys that the gi wearers and the belt wearers in this town are going to be watching out for that. 9:12 in the morning. I'm going to get in trouble because they sent me talking points, and I have no idea where in the studio the thing is. So I think I'm just going to shotgun this and find out what this week's worth of big deals are over at Chili's, second floor, Tumon Sands Plaza.
I was hoping my marketing team would have sent you that so I could read off the same script.
Do I have it? Oh, okay. Wait.
I'm sure we're talking about Mother's Day.
There's three things. This is the marketing people are going to get mad at both of us. We have Cinco de Mayo.
That's right. Yes.
Popcorn shrimp, and we've got Mother's Day. So I'm gonna give you some of that. And I've also they did send along some artwork. So I think we're going to probably end up starting with. Hold on, just a moment. Or did I send myself the pictures? I'll have to dig them out. But we got there might be some artwork. We'll start with the big deal here. Earliest is Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo. That's happening Thursday. So we've got drink specials. Obviously, Cinco de Mayo is a big deal for us. But we've got this Pica Mango Margarita.
Say that again.
Pica Mango Margarita.
You guys already have this incredible bar, right?
Yes.
You got the incredible bar. All of your waiters and waitresses have got hot hands in there. So is this something that you just created?
It is. It's somebody from our team, and he got to put the things together. There's Denancy in it. There's a little. We taste tested it, and it was very unique. It was very unique. I'll say that.
Is it okay? So is it hot? I mean, is this do I so I get a little bit of a pica?
Yeah, you get a little bit of a kick. It goes really well with the new popcorn shrimp that we're coming up.
Okay, but more on we'll get to there in just a second. So we got the it's a pica mango margarita.
Right.
All right. So you get a little tingle on the tongue.
Yep.
And then you've got the sweet from the mango. And then we throw everything together in the blender margarita.
Right, we shake it.
Is there salt on the rim, or for this margarita? No.
Yes.
Yes, there is.
Yes, there is.
Is it now? It's Chili's, right? So it's a special salt, isn't it?
It is. It's a secret formula salt.
Is there Aji? Is there some MSG and they're working on that? That I think is going to be great. So that's going to be the big deal for Cinco de Mayo. All right. And as you said, it pairs wonderfully with the popcorn shrimp.
Popcorn shrimp, new product, new item on the menu. We like experimenting.
Yeah.
The guys at the restaurant, they experiment when it's not busy. So
they're all hackers. Yeah, they're all chef
they all
hackers.
do this stuff. So they're all up in the kitchen. They're coming with this stuff. And then one day they came up and said, hey, let's try this. And they took our shrimp. They took our batter. They fried it together. And it it was an amazing match.
Yeah, well, I bet. So the pairing with the drink, but also, popcorn shrimp, you don't eat that by itself.
Yep, sure.
Or you do eat it by itself.
You can.
But do you have dippers?
We have a dipping sauce.
Okay.
So there's like a shrimp taco sauce that comes with. So
the guys working overtime trying to be as creative as possible. Well, it's a competitive situation that we're in these days.
Yes.
In the restaurant game, and unfortunately, we have to hear about people that are closing down or scaling back on their operations. I'm glad to see that you guys are moving in the opposite direction, becoming more promotionally active, creative with the menu, and getting out there with things like a popcorn shrimp. Did they look at anything else that they could popcorn? Because I always feel like once you got something, I'm the same way in my kitchen. Is once I figured out how to do something, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna switch some of the ingredients here and see what happens.
I'm sure the popcorn shrimp was just one of many experiments that they're doing in the kitchen. So the guys are always experimenting with different stuff, and then when they find something that they kind of test it within themselves and say, hey, this is pretty good.
So Cinco de Mayo, kind of not necessarily a culinary stretch for an outfit called Chili's.
No.
And we've already got kind of a Tex-Mex south of the border blend of items that you can get over at Chili's anytime. So all of that, the entire menu, going to be available.
Absolutely.
On
All
Cinco de Mayo.
all the margaritas are regular Presidentes. All of that's going to be available.
Yeah.
In addition to some of this new stuff.
Okay, so and been very, very creative on some of the other things. And I try to remember the last time I was there, I actually took pictures of it because I liked the way it arranged. I didn't want to get an entire sampler platter of appetizers. So you've got one where you can pick and choose like 3 of them.
Yeah, the triple dipper.
Yeah.
That's one of our most popular. So some people, that's supposed to be an appetizer.
It's a meal.
It's a meal. It's a meal.
Yeah,
a lot of people come in.
I got the sliders, I got the chicken, and I got the onion.
Oh.
So I had the whole enchilada in front of me, and then somebody else can sit down and they can get their own little different sets of the apps and things like that. So I thought that was an incredible innovation, and unfortunately, when the meal came, because that wasn't all I got.
Oh, okay.
When the burger came, I had to say I need something to take this home with because this is a little bit. My eyes are bigger than my stomach, and that happens to me almost every single time I eat over at Chili's.
And that's not a problem.
Okay, so Cinco de Mayo, obviously, that's going to be happening. I don't know. I didn't get the memo, but apparently this coming Sunday is Mother's Day.
It is. It is. It's creeping up on us.
You know what? I've been so consumed with my own birthday. I'm 60 years old Wednesday after this, and I've been so consumed with that and imagining all of the fun things that people are going to do for me on my birthday. I haven't planned anything. I'm just waiting for them to go. Okay, here it is. What do you want to do? And I'm pretty sure that there will be a moment of Chili's in my birthday celebration month, so you don't have to worry about that. But Mother's Day, that's a big deal. That is not one of those things where you just kind of, hey, it's Mother's Day, let's go out. So do I need to make reservations?
Well, we encourage it.
Obviously.
But, if you come by, we'll do our best to find a seat for you.
There's inside, you've got a couple of great places for the indoor, in the hall dining. And you're still entertaining people outside, right?
Yes, the patio. I was just there the other night on Sunday night with the family, and the patio was filled. It was a nice breeze outside. It's fantastic.
Are you starting to see from the patio more tourists?
There's a good mix of them. I'll say that, yes, definitely.
Not the kind of numbers that we've had before, obviously.
No, but I think because we haven't seen them for a while, we're noticing them a little bit more.
Oh, yes, absolutely, absolutely. If I'm on the beach and it's obvious these are tourists here walking up and down the road, so we got a few of those guys and a few of the military. We've been very, very blessed in 2022 with a number of exercises and major ship visits here on Guam.
Yes.
So I'm sure that you're encouraging all of them to come back.
Well, that's been helpful. That's been keeping us afloat. But, we really need to get the tourists coming back. We need more people around Tumon and all over the island. Really.
Yeah. Well, as my understanding is, as things open up more in the source markets for returning residents, then that is encouraging some of the travel. I'm sure that you heard Busan and Jeju are looking at their flight schedules,
right.
And I believe both of them are going to double up on the number of flights coming out to Guam and Saipan, like starting now, because there's apparently an incredible amount of pent-up demand for tickets specifically to Guam. I mean, it's not just they want to travel, they want to come to Guam.
Well, I think we're the perfect destination. We're 3.5, 4 hours away, so it's not a long stretch. You don't have to sit in an airplane for 12, 14 hours. And you still get the sunshine, you still get all the stuff that you want. So, yeah, I think we're in a prime position to do this.
There might be some more activities coming to Tumon to keep the families busy, but let's definitely get them something to eat. So getting back to Mother's Day, tell me about what is the ensemble that we're going to be treating our moms to?
Well, we're going to do a 3-course meal. So we've got a choice of a beverage, and then we've got a salmon and a steak option, or you can upgrade the steak to a ribeye steak for a couple bucks more.
Okay.
Then you get a dessert for mom. And all for starting at $33.
Sounds like an absolute bargain here. The service is always fantastic. When you find yourself over at Chili's, you know the food is going to be good. You might still be having some of those pica mango margaritas available on Mother's Day.
We may. We'll see how far we get through Cinco de Mayo. If they swipe them out, then
Well, yeah. The supply chain. I was talking a little bit earlier on the program, and I think I can show some of the artwork. I guess they've got some stuff that was sent out. Happy Cinco de Mayo. Is that on the screen? It's black and white. We'll get the color ones up a little bit later on.
It's on our Instagram. So.
That's right.
Chili's Guam.
Whatever else you need to know, find it on the World Wide Web, Instagram and Facebook and things like that. But now that part of the interview is done, and I just get an opportunity to sit around and talk with my business and marketing friend Marcus Fong from the Glimpses family, from the Coca-Cola family, and we've got our friends over at the Cinco de Mayo,
keeping ourselves busy.
And Chili's, and Subway.
Yep.
You guys are very, very busy. There's a whole Eat Fresh, Refresh thing. About every 2 weeks, I get a different piece of copy telling me about some new and innovative way to enjoy something that I already enjoy. Like we did the melts last month.
Fresh
so
melts.
So we got the fresh melts. And basically, it's it's your favorite sandwich with just a whole heck of a lot more cheese.
Triple cheese. We toast it differently. We cut the bread a little bit differently. So it comes out to be almost a different product.
Yeah, but it's
ingredients.
a great new way to try it. So we've got the Angus roast beef now, which is part of the next promotion over at Subway.
Yes, and that's been something we've been looking forward to. So roast beef years ago was on our menu. Somebody decided to take it off the menu, and there was a riot. And then they came back.
Fired him. He went to go work for Disney, and they got rid of that guy.
Well, somebody brought it back, and now it's Choice Angus roast beef. It's a fantastic product, and so we finally got it into Guam. The States has had it for maybe about 4 or 5 months now.
I don't make a big deal about that too much, but there's the Subway menu that we have here on Guam. You can go to other Subways in other parts of the world, and it might be completely different.
It might be. Well, so what we try to do is we try to mirror the U.S. as much as possible, whenever possible.
Yeah.
And then we take a look at what else is out there in the other innovative parts of the world, and we try to pick
interesting Middle Eastern flavors, Indian flavors.
Yeah.
There's a tandoori chicken that you can get at some Subways. So maybe one of these days will line up, depending on what the supply chain issues are looking like. Maybe one of these days we'll get a week's worth or so and load it up in the restaurants and see if it flies.
Yeah, we've just had our share of supply chain issues and inventory issues. Getting product in here has just been a pain.
It doesn't seem to be getting better. For a while it looked like it was transitory, and everybody was kind of going to go back to work, and the factories would start up again. And now we're hearing about 16, 20 of these food processing plants in the mainland that are catching fire. There's the conspiracy theorist in me is saying this is somebody trying to make Biden's prophecies come true about food shortages. But they are real, and they're going to have an impact. I don't know when, but I got a feeling before too much longer, you guys in the food game are going to hit the speed bump on chicken and poultry.
So over the last, I want to say 8 weeks or so, we've actually been in what we call like the war room strategy. We've been trying to figure out where to get product from where and how to piece it together. So thankfully, for the most part, we've insulated that from our guests. So we've been able to bring in supplies in time and things like that. We've had sporadic shortages here and there, and we haven't done the perfect job, but I think we've done a really good job at trying to insulate that. But in the back end, it's
one of those
really
things.
tough.
I mean, it's one of those things. As long as you tell somebody when you walk in, hey, I'm only doing one kind of bread today, then okay, well then this is the kind of sandwich that I like to eat with that kind of bread. For the most part, especially with your Subway customers, these are folks. there's a significant amount of loyalty that I think is built in for Subways. You've got your favorite sandwich, and you know which store to go to for that favorite sandwich, and you know the guy, or in my case out in Barragata, the girl behind the counter at that particular location.
And we're so fortunate to have customers like you and the loyal customers who understand that there are going to be some speed bumps in the road.
Well, everybody's got supply chain issues these days. I was reading earlier that, and this is another one that is going to impact, I hope does not impact foremost. That's where my ice cream comes from. And I'm beginning to hear that there are a number of places, not necessarily, I think, with the ice cream product itself. I think everything seems to be as smooth as possible with the ice cream product, but all the things that you serve it with, the little cups and the spoons and cones and things like that are becoming in short supply.
Oh, everything from the beginning. So even dairy has been skyrocketing over the last 12 months.
Crazy, isn't it?
So ice cream, milks, cheese, all of that is skyrocketing. And then you're right, paper products, plastic products, all of that stuff we've been having trouble with as well. So
crazy times that
juggling
we're
act.
living in. Yeah, with and getting back to the cream, I was reading a story just this morning about how baby formula is there are, you just can't find it in the store. People are selling baby formula for twice the retail value on eBay of all for all. It's just amazing, isn't it?
It's crazy. Just this morning, so it's almost like every week we receive notices from different suppliers, different vendors. Either we're out of something or the price has gone up on something.
Yeah.
So we received a notice this morning, and it looks like chicken is going up by about 15%. Beef looks like it's going up by 20%.
I've been telling people, you get those chicken wings now. Enjoy your chicken wings now because the price is going to be going up, and we've already seen skyrocketing prices. So they're going to go up 20% from what was already up by 20%.
Correct.
So
Yes.
I tell you what, that burger, huh? This is why over at Chili's they make burgers that people take pictures of, huh? Because there's a high quality ingredients that go inside that are coming in at harder to find these days.
Yeah, I mean our patties, we haven't shrunk the size. Everything is to corporate specs, so we're over half a pound each, and so we're still putting the same amount in there, but it's getting harder and harder to bring that stuff in and to pay for it.
Well, and we've got other issues at play. My understanding is they have voted yes on the paper bag ban. They've extended it now until July of 2025. But it's out there, and they are continuing, to have these do-gooders at the legislature think that they know better and know the customers of restaurants better, and are now making mandates on what kinds of containers my food is going to leave the store with. And it's annoying as hell.
Years ago, maybe that would have made a little bit more sense. Just now, even getting them with stuff like paper products, biodegradable stuff, cardboard product, those are getting tougher and tougher to come by.
Tougher and tougher to come by, and the expectation is I want to take something home, then that is an additional cost for the restaurant that you don't generally pass to the customer.
Well, we absolutely try not to, but at some point,
yeah,
there's a breaking point.
We've got these nice boxes to put the food in, then it got to go in a nice bag with the logo and everything on it. And at some point, you're going, that's an extra $1 that you're not charging the customer for.
Well, at Subway, we've migrated from plastic to paper bags, and even that's been a challenge for us. So in terms of cost and in terms of availability. So if you walk into a Subway today, there's a good chance that we wouldn't even be able to offer you a paper bag because we can't get them.
Yes.
It's not that we don't want to.
Well, look, just wrap the thing up, and I just need someplace to put that and my drink and my chips. That's the way I normally do it. 9:20 in the morning. And then another piece of good news that came from the government of Guam. My understanding is that they might be holding off on the implementation right away, but the folks over at the Division of Environmental Health and Public Health are just over the moon. Because now, if they spot a violation, they can get a monetary fine. Out of this after 2 years of COVID-19 and businesses that were shut down or had to change their model, we're not serving customers indoors anymore. Instead, we're going to eat outside. Yes, because customers like doing that. Or we're going to do everything either takeaway or delivery, which was, I guarantee, not part of the original business model that every one of these restaurants on Guam did the design of, and the additional costs of doing that.
Yep.
And so great. We're bayoneting the survivors in the government of Guam.
Well, yeah. So we've been subject to a couple of visits, and unfortunately, we've experienced one of those, and not for any food safety or food quality violations.
Paperwork.
It was paperwork.
Yeah,
really, it was paperwork.
Which is something that we can correct on the spot.
Yes.
And if I recall reading the report, exactly what you did. The corrections were made in the presence of the DEH guy.
Yes.
But they still had to put it down.
It was insufficient, so we had to go through hoops, and then at the end of the day, we had to pay our whatever fee it was to get our doors back open.
Yeah, there more needs to be done to protect folks in the food, especially the food industry. As I said, between the restaurants and nightclubs on Guam, I cannot think of any other business that was more impacted by some of what I refer to as the missteps of COVID-19 and all of the additional mitigation that you guys have had to go through.
Well, I've told my managers I think all of them deserve a degree for getting through this thing and just pivoting so quickly and just moving around so quickly.
Yeah. Well, enough of what bad things that we have experienced. What are you looking forward to in all the different games that you're in? You wear a lot of different hats: a restaurateur and publisher and advertising agency guy, the Coke guy, and the ice cream guy. What are you looking forward to in the rest of 2022?
So minus all the supply chain and minus all those issues, I mean, there's a lot of things that are coming back. We got tourism coming back, so we've got restaurants that we're looking at new menu items. On the Coca-Cola side, there's a lot of innovation that's coming out.
Well, you were telling me about this. Okay, the people that watch the program will from time to time see me drinking a Diet Coke on the program. And so that's one of the reasons I start my day with that. But you were talking about not Diet Coke, but Coke Zero. Somebody tell me the difference. But Coke Zero is coming out with a cherry flavor?
Yeah, so diehard fans will tell you the difference between Diet Coke and Coke Zeros. The Coke Zero is meant to taste closer to the original Coke. So now they've got this Coke Zero with cherry, so it's meant to mirror Cherry Coke.
Cherry Coke, which is a big seller.
Which is a big seller. It's a big deal. There's a cult following.
And that's already coming out. Now, the reason why I ask is so this now is going to get in front of what I really, really want to see more of in the stores, and that is the Coca-Cola coffee things. This is how I know Marcus is my friend, because he generally will bring some for me, and I'll show it to people, and I go, "Where do you get that?" It's like, I know the guy. He brings it for me. But when are we going to start seeing more of that?
So we're trying to line up. We've got actually for the remainder of the year, we've got a whole lineup of things that we're going to be bringing in.
Okay.
Coke Zero Cherry is the start.
There, yeah.
And then we're going to be bringing in a couple of other things. So we've got some zero-calorie sparkling waters, flavored sparkling water that will be coming in, and a couple of other new products that will be coming in.
There's one of the kind of crazy innovations that I've seen recently, certainly on the internet and then down a couple of grocery store aisles, is there are people that are taking a soft drink and seltzerizing it, throwing some alcohol in there, and kind of, there's a new kind of product category. Seltzers are very, very big right now.
Yeah.
It's beyond my comprehension because I'm a beer guy, but to each his own. These people will still, will be wearing our mask and drinking our seltzer. Are there any mashups between the Coca-Cola family of drinks and some of these alcoholic?
For many, many years, Coke stayed away from the alcohol. There's a very clear division.
Yeah.
But over the last couple of years, they've been experimenting in different markets. And I believe in the U.S., they're starting to have partnerships where they're starting to infuse some of those products and processes and distribution. So I wouldn't be surprised in the near future if you see something coming out.
Yeah, the different flavors, different parts of the Coca-Cola beverage family, and all of a sudden, it's got just a little bit of an alcoholic kick in it. 9:33, and I could not end the conversation without bringing this up. Elon Musk bought Twitter, and he's going to fix it. And Elon Musk then tweeted out, "Next, I'm going to buy Coca-Cola and put the cocaine back in there." How did that go over with the boys in Atlanta?
I don't know. I haven't heard it. There's no official word about But you know what? If Elon Musk wants to do that, he can do whatever he wants.
These are the most interesting times. I've always said if you can do business on Guam, you can do business anywhere. and the fact that these guys in so many different locations, 14, 15 locations for Subway now?
15.
Were able to keep the doors open, most for all intents and purposes. The employees didn't have anything to worry about, and everybody pulling on the same rope in the company. And we've all managed to survive to this side of COVID-19.
Right. But the real work begins now. I mean, we didn't get out of it really well. We're still battered and bruised. So it's now it's recovery.
Like when Biden left Afghanistan, it was kind of stumbling through this. Last question now, and I'm putting together a list. The mask mandates, indoor mask mandates have been lifted. Did you send out the word to all of the stores to take the stickers off the floor and to scrape off the sign in the door
So
that
they're
says...
taking it down. They're taking it down.
Yes.
We're not going to enforce anything. Official memos will go out today.
Yeah.
We're still scrambling through.
By all means, if you want to wear a mask when you go into the subway, okay, you go ahead and wear a mask
and that's
if you
what we
want
to communicate to the staff and the customers too. Right? So we're not one way or the other, but we're not going to enforce one way or the other.
Okay, so if you don't want to wear a mask but you want a Subway, so you by all means go find a Subway and get a mask. Do the same thing over at Chili's. Yep. We're here talking about Cinco de Mayo because it's a big deal, and Mother's Day coming up on Sunday. It's a big deal, but there's any excuse if you're in Tumon and you got the hungries, that's the place to go. Go to Tumon Sands Plaza, second floor up at the spot. It's clean, it's nice. The people there have got service down to an absolute T. It's like they read my mind. I was looking at the slider, and the guy says, "You want ketchup, don't you?" And walks 10 feet over in that direction, comes back with the ketchup. Absolutely fantastic, folks. Marcus, thanks very much for coming by.
I don't know if I'm sanctioned to say this, but I think we're also going to be celebrating graduates.
Hey!
So I don't know. Maybe our market team's going to bombard me afterwards and says, "Why'd you spill the beans?" But, I think you know what, we're going to do something.
Well, I've been telling people that's the progression here. You got Mother's Day, then you got graduation, then you got Father's Day. So there's any excuse to party and celebrate, and this is a great place to do it. Get some shopping in. The kids. Here's the mom and dad go inside, get yourself something to drink, one of those Pica Mango margaritas. Send the kids over to the Crystal store across the way, and let them do some buy. I can't go there. I cannot just go to Chili's. We have to go to Chili's after we go to the Crystal store. And Miami buys herself $100 worth of rocks. But if that's what makes the kids happy, that's what makes them happy. It's 9:36 in the morning. I'm happy. Marcus is going to take off. I'm going to take a quick break. We'll come back with more of the Ray Gibson Show.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate, put cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Off a day. I'm the owner of Guam's largest tourist attraction group. The pandemic's been very tough for all of us, and particularly for my team members. So I'm really appreciative and grateful for the PUA assistance to our team members, and more recently, the SVOG federal grant that allowed us to reopen these facilities and re-employ everyone at a critical time when PUA ended. From myself and my team, on behalf of all of us, thank you for the federal funds that allowed us to reopen.
The federal fund you provide saved many, many jobs. Thank you. Thank you so much.
We employ about 35 technicians for our shows. Thank you for the federal funds that kept us going.
Thank you for helping with the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for helping to save our jobs.
Thank you for the federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
What? Am I supposed to talk?
There you go. Yeah, we've got a show until 10.
Oh, we're working until 10, all the way to 10 here this morning.
Call this work rate.
Yeah. So what was I supposed to do? Was it APL? Did I not do APL?
Yeah.
American President Lines? I forgot now. I forgot what the local presence.
Global presence with a local
lines. I'm so glad I got you around here. See, now I got to do a Wendy's commercial in front of the guy that owns Subway. But Actually, no, I'll tell you
Cold
what.
Stone.
No, it's Cold Stone. We'll do it. It's a Cold Stone thing. You don't have an ice cream cake company, do you? Okay, you can't get mad. Remind Mom how special she is by giving her a Cold Stone treat this Mother's. In fact, here's how I want you to do it. You get the cake from Cold Stone, and you take it with you to Chili's and say, keep this in the refrigerator for me, and bring it out for our dessert. We can do something like that. All right, groovy. So it's a strawberry passion, which is layers of moist red velvet cake, strawberry ice cream, graham cracker pie crust, and then they wrap it all up in a fluffy strawberry frosting. Now, there are a lot of people that dig strawberries, but I know a lot of people dig chocolate as well. So ask them about the Midnight Delight for Mother's Day at ColdStoneCreamery.com. Yeah. I was looking for pictures. I was looking for apparently sent myself a picture that I wasn't intending to send here at the radio station. Is it?
Oh.
Yeah. This one here. This Happy Mother's Day picture. How's that? No, because that got bundled up in a bunch of other pictures. I swear to God, this is exactly what happened. It got bundled up with a bunch of other pictures on my phone, and somebody wanted me to put this up on the screen because there's this massive, and as they correctly say in the Pacific Island Times, the endless debate, if you will, on abortion here on Guam. And if you thought it was endless heretofore, just wait until tomorrow, huh? There's Wednesday, Wings Wednesday, and that's where I'm going to be. Some people go, well, hey, Ray, you're a commentative guy. Don't you think you ought to sit back and watch some of the public hearings and the testimony on abortion? A big, vital issue here. You should be paying attention to every chapter and verse spoken by the proponents and the opponents of Bill 291, a.k.a. the Heartbeat Bill. And the correct answer is, I'm going to be eating chicken wings somewhere when all of that is happening. I'm just going to devour just an endless supply of chicken wings because it's Wings Wednesday. I will also note another excuse for why the traffic is going to be hell in downtown Agatna yesterday, or tomorrow, because tomorrow is the return of the night market. The Chamorro Village night market is coming back tomorrow. That's the word that we've gotten from the governor's office. Among other things to be excited about, is coming back. Now, I don't know exactly what it's going to be like. Now, Mana made a pretty good point. It's been a long time since there has been a night market over at Chamorro Village. Do all the food truck guys know? Do all the trinket sellers know what's going to be happening? And even if they did, would they still go out? Because, dude, night market, that was huge with the tourists. That was massive with the tourists. So if we still don't have a lot of tourists left, and I don't know how they're all going to be able to get there. Maybe that's a thing that we got to talk to Uncle Carl about, is they got the trolleys running in Tumon, right?
Yeah.
But maybe we need to have some of the trolleys do some long-distance work. So pick people up in the hotels, take them down to Chamorro Village in Agana, and then just kind of bicycle these buses back and forth. The way we used to do it, oh, my God. I'm having fantasies now in my head about festivals. It's May, right? We're in May?
Yeah.
June, July, August, September, October.
It's mango season, right?
No. I know it's mango season and avocado season. Ken Leon Guerrero.
Yeah, I can.
So this is the fantasy in my head. I used to love doing this. Park the car over at Greyhound and catch a bus down to the Japan Autumn Festival. Do you remember? It's been so long. The Japan Autumn Festival, as we say in Japanese, Akimatsuri. And an incredible amount of day-long fun. And I used to like to, with the kids, I used to like to get down there as early as possible And, and your money just travels. I mean, you go down there with $50, $100 or something like that, and everybody has eaten 18 times. You can really, really make a day out of it. They got the entertainment. They fly in talent from Japan, Okinawa, places like that. And there's sake, and there's smoked cuttlefish, and there's just all of the things that... man, and it's been a long, long time since we've done something like that. And then by the time everybody gets tired of being there, you get on another bus, and it takes you right back up to where your car is parked over at the Guam Greyhound, and that's the way you do. That's the way you do something like that. Now, of course, since then, things have changed, and I've come to hang out with flight attendants and pilots from United, and they all get dressed up in Japanese clothes, and they sit around and drink sake. There are people now, should be right about now, that are flying back and forth between here and Japan, and everybody is under instructions to bring back on one of these trips at least one bottle of good sake, and they will stockpile it, and when it gets to be Akimatsuri, that's when all the sake drinking starts. And all I can say is, maybe this year. I gotta, the guy I gotta find is Hank Rice.
I knew it.
Yeah. Hanko Gohan. Hanko Rice is the guy when, what is that? He's usually the MC guy because he speaks English and Japanese.
Hank Lice.
Where are we playing this? Okay, I will if you ask me to. I got a thing from Benita Manglotnia. Half a day. Ooh, 14th annual. Are you ready for another 5K, guys? All right. Save the date. Registration information is forthcoming. It will be the Half-a-Day 14th Annual Race Judicata. This is the courthouse race. It's a 5K run and walk and roll Saturday, May the 14th, 5 a.m. Show go time is at 6. We got a dry fit shirt for the first 300 finishers, and registration is $15. Beneficiary is Lighthouse Recovery Center. So I'll see if I can get a couple of these guys on the radio. Half-a-Day. Hope you're doing well. Was asked if I could reach out to you to provide airtime for this annual judiciary nonprofit event to benefit 2 nonprofit organizations, 2 individuals available for interviews. So the answer is yes. We'll work on this, okay? Rojo, I'm going to see if I can get these guys to come in and talk about the race judicata.
From the judiciary?
From the judiciary of Guam. I got a couple other messages coming in here. All right, let me see what I can do. There's other messages that are coming through here, and some from an incredible number of people. Thank you very much, Shar, who sent me the artwork that was supposed to be playing while I was interviewing Marcus. I'll see if I can get some of these up on the screen before it gets to be too late into the pro. Tell you what, Shar, maybe I'll just add it to the thing that rotates. The band, what James Howard refers to as the PIP, the picture in picture. Lloyd Cubicod says, that was an awesome segment, Ray. Thank you. You are the best. Must be referring to the conversation with Brogan.
Brogy Bear.
Absolute sweet woman, huh? So we are, how do I say this, the video on demand. So if you missed the conversation, go to YouTube and link up with the program and just go to the 840-ish area of the program. And I mean, you'll be able to see her picture up on the screen, so you'll know what's going on. So big stories today, as I take a look at the paperwork in front of me, the table of contents that I absolutely stress over every single morning. And this morning was one of those stress mornings. It was a rare occasion where the Guam Daily Post wasn't here when I got in. The real Joe, ace producer, says, I'll go get you one, sir. I'll go get you one. And just before he took off, the guys finally showed up with the Guam Daily Post. But had I not had the Guam Daily Post, would I have known that today was the day that we are lifting the mask mandate? In 13 minutes from now, you will be invited to go to the governor's Facebook page and watch a special delivery of from the governor's office, a special COVID-19 address. And I wonder what the contents of that address are going to be. Me and my buddy Brian, I'm sure, is thinking the same thing. I'm wondering how we can get, how much gaslighting we'll be able to get in this special COVID-19 address. Are they worried that if we don't commemorate this with some kind of fancy speech making, that people will just go, okay, COVID is over? Is that what your sense of it is? It's not over. I've been over this a couple of times. We have not yet ended the public health emergency. And if we don't end the public health emergency, if there is a surge, if there is a new variant, if somebody starts twitching uncontrollably at the Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service, we want to be able to put the mandates back together. We want to be able to tell people that they need to mask up more, or this, that, or the other. Until the public health emergency goes away, there will always be that occasion for mischief. I haven't used that word on the air in so long I'd forgotten how fun it is to say mischief. Every once in a while, Eddie Calvo would talk about what was going on over at the legislature. He'd say, I have issues with their mischief. Ramirez. 949. I said Hank's Rice's name, and he's on the phone. Uncle Gohan.
Halfa day, Ohio gozaimasu.
Ohio gozaimasu. Nice to hear from you so many times in the last couple of weeks. Glad that you're back in fighting mode. I had mentioned and in fact fantasized a little bit on the air about how great Japan autumn festivals have been in the past, and how I'm got my fingers crossed that there is enough time in 2022 for you guys to be able to execute, even if it was just on a limited scale, the Japan Autumn Festival.
Yes, well, I haven't heard anything yet officially, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed too, because I would like to hang out with those United Airlines flight attendants and pilots and bring my own sake as well.
See, you know exactly what the big attractions are. My favorites have always been the food, the reasonably priced acai super dry. I think that's the only time you ever see acai super dry for sale for like $2 in Tumon. Otherwise, it never happens. They got all of the great restaurants that are out there showing off their accomplishments and whatever in the place. The games that the little Japanese kids get to play, but now they can play them here, the incredible bun dance music that we hear. My favorite is when you bring out the drummers and the guys that are playing the guitar, not the guitar, the shamisen or whatever, with the guitar that's made with the habu snake skin.
Oh, that's the jamisen and the koto.
Yeah. Very, very specific sound that comes from that, and very specific sound that comes from Okinawan performers, because they whistle. Their folk music is full of whistles.
Oh,
and, and I don't know why, but I just think that is the sexiest thing in the world.
It reminds me of them calling the cows when they're out and eating in the pastures.
Exactly like that. But so you haven't heard anything from those guys yet, from George or anybody else?
No, not yet. You know, I'm pretty sure that they want to do it, and as long as the mandates stay down or off or whatever you want to call it, I'm pretty sure there would be no excuse for them not to open.
So can I give you an assignment? Can I ask you to make the usual inquiries, my friend, and see what we've got to say about that? Because it really is a terrific night, and we've been there have been so many, so few real family opportunities, or family entertainment opportunities on Guam in the last couple of years, and we need to get back into the game. And you know of all people that it doesn't have to be this huge knockdown, drag out. Everything starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, and we're here cleaning up until midnight. You'll remember when they originally started doing that in the parking lot. It was a little parking lot get together among the Japanese.
Across from the Okura Hotel, yes. Yeah. That's where it was.
So there's no reason why you could not get involved in even a lower scale version of it. And there's nothing cuter than our little girls wearing a kimono.
Exactly. They look cute in their yukata, for sure.
All right. Well, you get to work on.
I'll do my best.
You get to, yes,
I'll do
please.
my best for you.
And then the other question is, what the hell you been doing to keep yourself busy these days? Are you still doing any? There's obviously not magic show time, right?
Well, if all goes well, we should be able to reopen a magic show at the West End this month in end of May.
All right, I got my fingers crossed, because I remember the conversation that you and I and Nabil had what was that, October, November last year, when everybody was looking at reopening, and then we got sucker punched by the Omicron.
Yes.
All right, so keep me posted on that. Where'd you say you're gonna? Where's the show gonna be?
That'll be at the Westin, just underneath the lobby floor at the Biba Magic Show. That's adjacent to Yixing restaurant. And then also the answer to the other question is I'm also now a licensed realtor. So if anybody needs any help with their real estate, call me.
There's too many realtors on Guam. I remember when there were 20. Now there's 2,000.
Well, those were the good old days.
All right. Well, listen, you have a terrific day, and I can hardly wait for you to get me some information on all of that stuff. You take care of yourself, all right?
Will do. Take care, Brother Ray.
Go on the radio with me. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number, and on screen right now. I just wanted to get these pictures up on some of the treats that you'll be able to get. Talked with Marcus from over at Chili's, and here is a glimpse of their Mother's Day menu. Mom, listen carefully. This is where you want to go. $33, and we've got. Let me see. Choose your beverage. Select an entree, and we've got the pictures of the entrees up on the screen. And, yep, there's some dessert there for just $33. Now, there was another picture I'd put up a second ago, and that is the margarita that he was talking about. The Pica Mango Margarita that they put together pairs wonderfully with popcorn shrimp. Wait, hold on. What am I looking at here? Pico Mango Margarita for $5.50. That is a great price for a mixed drink anywhere on Guam. So maybe, I don't know, they say Cinco de Mayo, but could be something that you might be able to get your hands on anytime this week. 9:54 in the morning. Is that Jack on the phone?
That's Jack.
Sup, buddy?
Hey, brother. You're speaking to one of the original Chamorro landowners. That means I'm land rich, cash poor.
There you go.
I'm not selling anytime soon. But anyways, I wanted to ask, what's the latest word about, I'm looking at the yen. It's like 127.
Dude, let's go.
I know. It's not us. I mean, how about them coming over here? They're not coming back anytime soon, man, at 127.
Well, that is obviously a concern. I was just, for me, I could do a lot of damage in places like Roppongi and Shibuya with yen at 127.
Down here. So,
yeah.
What is the game plan? What is this administration game plan? What did Uncle Carl say? What are we doing here, man?
Well, they are marketing. In fact, just this week, I might have some pictures. In fact, I know I've got some pictures. They are going to be entertaining a number of Japanese
I understand,
influencers.
Raymond, but at 127. I don't think any marketing is
well, obviously that's beyond our control. That's not something that is in with our
what
wheelhouse.
Is the game plan? Do you hear any rumors? What's the game plan now? Now that Japan is going to be down for the count here, what is our plan B here?
Well, Plan B is the Koreans. Plan B is the Taiwanese, and they, like everybody else, have issues with revenge travel and want to be able to get somewhere. And so you just continue to market as much as you possibly can.
Keep an eye, because I don't think that's a solution there. We need. How are we doing on the military front? How are we doing at being a home port? What are our...
We just got a boomer, didn't we? Another nuclear submarine.
Yeah, we did, but we need a lot down here, man. We need a lot of help down here in 2 months. So I'm just trying to figure out,
dude,
what's this administration's game plan, because.
As far as the military is concerned, I gotta find my guys. I gotta talk to a couple of guys, brother, I know.
So I'll catch you on the rebound there. Hey, have a good day, all right?
I will. I'll talk to you pretty soon as well. Yeah. So there you have it. I mean, it's not like the work has stopped and everybody goes, oh hell, the yen is at 127 and we might as well give up on Japan. There's a picture of former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez, and he is.
Is he there?
He is. Yeah, in the middle of the picture. He's in there, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Japanese influencers, Facebook people, Instagram people, whatever, that are here on Guam, probably in the midst right now of doing some crazy fun activities with former governor and folks from GVB. This is a good thing. In fact, I have a pretty good sense of where they will be tomorrow night. But having said that, yeah, the marketing continues. We should probably be having a couple more ship visits and exercises between here and the middle of summer. Is my understanding was that we were for like half of the year there was going to be a whole lot of military activity, and then you've got any number of people that are flying in and out for a variety of reasons, up to and including the fact that they need to bring briefcases of money over to NAVFAC so that we can pay the incredible millions and millions of dollars that are getting sunk into all kinds of military construction that's taking place here on Guam. And it's not just the guys that are swinging hammers and turning screws. I've been spending a lot of time with these contract dudes, and I'm like, what do you do? Dig holes? Okay, that's a good one. Does it make any money? He says, I'm here, bought a house, send my kid to a fancy school. Yeah, we're making some decent money on all of this stuff. So there's cash floating around. I miss the tourists as well, and they will eventually get back. You just need to keep an eye on things around here. Make sure that we don't luck ourselves into another variant and another one of these deals that where we're this close to reopening the island, and then all of a sudden, bam, somebody gets twitchy over at public health, and we got to go into lockdowns and mandates again. So let's hope that that's not going to be the case. Maybe we'll hear that from the governor. She's not going to be following me on this program here. You'll need to go to her Facebook page and tune in for a very special COVID-19 address from the governor, Lulian Guerrero, and I'm sure maybe Josh will be there, and a lady doing the sign language and all of those kinds of things. I gotta go. There's going to be running and goofing off with the kids tonight, so you do you. Real Joe, Montesilva Tower, and Jerry Roberts, and I'm back in the studio tomorrow. In the meantime, yeah, like I said, try not to screw this thing up. No masks mandates, indoors or out. Learn to embrace it, people. Stand by now. It's time for Fox News Live. This is The Point.
Safety. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. Ukrainian civilians trapped for weeks in a steel plant in the battered city of Mariupol are being evacuated.
Slowly emerging from the rubble of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, where they have been trapped for weeks, dozens of civilians, mostly women and children, saw sunlight for the first time in days, evacuating on buses organized by the United Nations and Red Cross. Other civilians, stranded in the war-torn city, got out in battered vehicles, with tearful reunions as they arrived safely in Zaporizhia, 140 miles away. Hundreds of civilians and soldiers remain inside the plant, the last remaining stronghold of Ukrainian forces in the city.
Fox's Griff Jenkins in Kyiv. The Russian military claims 69 people came out of the plant, chose to be evacuated to Ukraine-controlled territories, while 57 others asked to stay in areas under Russian control. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has condemned as sickening Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov's anti-Semitic comments about the Ukraine invasion, adding that Russia is fooling no one by trying to justify its invasion of Ukraine with what he called a deranged conspiracy theory against the Jewish people. Over the weekend, Lavrov said in an interview on Italian TV that Russia invaded Ukraine to denazify the country and suggested Jewish people are the biggest anti-Semites. During today's White House press briefing, Press Secretary Jen Psaki was asked if the U.S. is fighting a proxy war with Russia.
This is a war between Russia and Ukraine. NATO is not involved. The United States is not fighting this war.
President Biden had said many times no U.S. troops will be on the ground in Ukraine. A judge in Oklahoma has ruled that a lawsuit that seeks reparations